afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council, please come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
I am here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Laloe is expected momentarily. Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela. Vice Mayor Chenier.
Here.
Councilmember Guerra.
Here.
Councilmember Jennings.
Here.
Councilmember Vang.
Here.
And Mayor Steinberg.
I'm here. Thank you very much. A quorum has been established. I would ask Deputy City Attorney Phoenicia Gaddis to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if you are willing.
Oh, sure, of course.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and thank you for your good work. We appreciate it. Members, we do have one presentation tonight. Councilmember Guerra is going to lead that presentation, and then we'll get right to the consent calendar and the main items for the evening. Councilmember Guerra.
So, Mr. Mayor, let's see. I didn't get any information here, but let's start off with.
Oh, I'm sorry.
National Injury Prevention Day. I'm glad to pitch it here.
Okay. We can come back to this, Councilmember Guerra. I'm not putting you on the spot. I just your name was just down there.
Well, no. I mean, it's an important day, National Injury Prevention Day. I mean, but
how do you feel? How do you feel about injury prevention?
It's on the job side. We've all been at different work sites, and anything we can do to help train and prevent injuries in the workplace, it's an important thing for us to be doing here.
It really is. And of course, workers' compensation is a major budget item for our city. And the more we focus on prevention of workplace injuries, the better it is for our employees, of course, and for Councilmember Laloe, our bottom line. And I think that's a good thing. So it's important recognition. I appreciate you leading the charge on the resolution.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank all our city staff who do our injury prevention and making sure that all our workers are in a safe place in their work. And let me pass it over here to Suzanne Landers here.
Okay, very good. Ms. Landers, thank you. That's our introduction. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Steinberg and City Council members. National Injury Prevention Day is a critical moment when child safety advocates and injury prevention organizations from across the country come together to raise awareness and promote efforts to protect children from injuries. Far too many children's lives are cut short by unintentional shootings every year, and unintentional shootings by children have only been getting worse. But we know that these instances of violence, deaths, and injuries are preventable. That's why we work so hard to get out the word about Be Smart and secure firearm storage, and advocate for common sense secure storage laws and school board notifications. We can all do our part to prevent more kids from gaining access to guns and lessen the burdens of injuries and violence on children. On National Injury Prevention Day, and every day, we all must take action to reduce the burden of unintentional shootings and work to protect children from injuries and violence that can result. On behalf of Moms Demand Action, we thank Mayor Steinberg and the Sacramento City Council for recognizing the importance of raising awareness about the burden of injury, violence, and a need for change by proclaiming the 18th of November to be National Injury Prevention Day, and express dedication to creating a safe environment in Sacramento.
Ms. Lander, we thank you so much. And we obviously had an innocent mix-up here because we thought that the resolution, which for some reason not in my packet, referred to workplace injuries, but you're talking about an issue that is obviously of even greater import, and that is the the gun violence that has taken way too many lives and injured too many people. And it's a very serious issue, and we thank you for redirecting us here and appropriately acknowledging a very, very important issue. Councilmember Guerra.
And yes, Mr. Mayor, and I do want to thank. This is maybe the timing was a little of a confusion here because this council did vote to send an item to Law and Legislation Committee for the city to begin looking at a safe gun storage ordinance to ensure that we can prevent these injuries from happening. I do want to thank Suzanne Landers here and the local chapter of Moms Demand Action that's been working with our city team on this. This is an item that will be coming to the Law and Legislation Committee and then back to council. But I do want to thank my council colleagues at our 2 weeks ago for being able to move this item and beginning the policy development to prevent unnecessary injury because of the lack of consideration or better gun storage here.
Mayor, if I could just briefly.
Oh, yes, please.
I'm a member of the Moms Demand Action organization here in the region, and I just want to thank them for all that they do, and particularly my friend Shannon Watts, who's a national leader on preventing gun violence, particularly as it relates to preventable injuries. And of course, the action taken last week is fantastic by this city council, but really just want to put the volunteers of Moms Demand Action in the spotlight. They have done so much of the hard work across the entire country to really move us in the right direction. My involvement with the group came after Amber, the librarian in my council district, was murdered by a patron. And I got to be involved with a lot of the local movement around gun violence. And while that was an extraordinary tragedy, it has been a true honor to stand with the moms who demand action. So thanks for bringing this forward, whichever one of you did.
Okay, thank you very, very much. That's a good start to the meeting and a very good reminder. Thank you again very much, Ms. Lander.
Thank you, everyone. I very much appreciate it. Have a nice evening.
You too. Let us move now to the consent calendar. Are there any items that members would like continued or voted on or commented upon separately? I don't see any.
I'll move consent, Mr. Mayor.
Consent has been moved. Thank you very much. Councilmember Harris, seconded by
Councilmember Jennings.
Councilmember Jennings. Do we have public testimony?
I have two hands raised to make public comment on the consent calendar. The first is Jenna Abbott.
Very good.
I'm sorry, that was I raised my hand in error on that item. I didn't realize I'd done it. My apologies.
Thank you. John Bloomer. John Bloomer, did you want to speak on the consent calendar? Mayor, I have no callers on the consent calendar.
Okay, then let's call the roll, please.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier.
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
Yes.
Councilmember Vang.
Yes.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Yes, that passes 9-0. Thank you very much. Let's now go to public.
Mayor, can I comment on item 10 quickly?
Of course.
I didn't want to pull it because it's just an item about parking management agreement, but I wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate this council and the previous councils for probably the last 20 years, everyone that's held all of our seats. The mayor got to be the one, though, the lucky person on the right day at the right time to actually open the SMUD Museum of Science and Curiosity. I've been really proud to be this council's appointee to the Powerhouse Science Board, which is now MOSAC. for the last several years, but there have been certainly many people, including the person before me in this seat, Ray Trethaway, Heather Fargo, lots of folks who worked on this item. My opinion is that it took every single one of us, including the people on the call, because that was a Herculean lift. But Mayor, had to be one of your favorite days. That was incredible.
I said it was, a good day to be mayor, and I can't say that of every day. And so that was that was a terrific day. And you're absolutely right. It was an example of a community through various generations of leadership, including our council, this council and the council before, because we all did play necessary roles here. Not giving up on a dream, because this died, like anything good, this died 3 or 4 deaths. It really did, where it was just not going to happen, including in 2017 when we didn't have all the financing and we had to make a December 29th decision whether to go forward with the loan when we didn't have all the money. And we did, and we got the money, and SMUD came through in a big way. And it is a fabulous, fabulous museum. I mean,
it's incredible.
It's not just some museum. This thing is iconic, and it's on the waterfront, and generations of young people are going to learn. And, as I said there, this is where the next astronaut, the next inventor, the next great medical researcher, the people that save our climate, this is where they are going to come from in Sacramento. And it was great and is great. So thank you.
It's a really important multi-generational effort that should be celebrated.
Yeah.
And just for anybody watching, it's open. You can go now. You can buy your tickets online and go.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for calling that out. It was a very, very special day. All right. Let us now move to, as I said, the public hearings. We've got 3 public hearings and then a discussion calendar. Let us begin with item 18. I don't know if we can take 18 and 19 together, if that's possible. I know separate votes, but we might take the presentations together.
Yes, please. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, members of the City Council. I am Peter Lemos, Code and Housing Enforcement Chief for your Community Development Department. The items before you are the Neighborhood Code Compliance and Housing Dangerous Buildings case fees and penalties for special assessment and or personal obligation. I'll start with item 18, the Community Development Department Administrative Penalties and Neighborhood Code Compliance case fees. Staff reports lists an amended total of 161 properties with the sum of $357,186.98 of unpaid fees and penalties scheduled for special assessment and or personal obligation against the property. 7 properties listed in Exhibit A of the staff report have been removed from the report and are identified as line numbers 12, 30, 139, 161 through 163, 180 through 181, and 240. Agenda item 19, the Housing and Dangerous Buildings case fees staff report lists an amended total of 90 properties with a total of $107,727.60 of unpaid fees scheduled for liens against the property. 3 properties listed in Exhibit A of the staff report have been paid in full and are identified as items 96, 97, 103, 104, and 113. Staff recommends the city adopt the 2 resolutions separately as amended to allow the city to collect the unpaid fees by placing special assessments, levies, and or personal obligations upon the properties. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there testimony or any affected resident who wants to testify on this item?
I have no hands raised to make public comment on this item.
Okay, why don't we then do the second presentation? Did you do that as well? I'm sorry. You did both. Okay.
I did both.
Sorry, I skipped over. Okay. If there's no public testimony on either 18 or 19, let's take a motion on item 18 first, please. I'll move to open and close the public hearing and approve item 18.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I get to make a motion once in a while, Okay, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Way to make it count, Mayor. Yes.
Councilmember Laloe.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Yes.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Yes. That passes. Item 19, let's take a motion on 19, including opening and closing the public hearing. Who's moving this one? Councilman Jennings is moving this. Thank
Yes,
you.
he is. Yes, he is.
Seconded by Councilmember Valenzuela. There we go. Please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Yeah. Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Aye.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Yes.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Yes. All right, item 20. This is a motion to withdraw a public hearing until January 2022. Does somebody want to explain just a little bit of the circumstance here, please?
Hi, this is Teresa Hangy, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. The applicant had requested to continue the item and staff supports this request. We will renotice the hearing when it does go before the council again. So that is the circumstances.
Mayor, I'm happy to move this item. The affected community supports this recommendation as well.
Okay, very good. Second?
I'll
I'd
second
be
it.
happy to second.
Okay, let's call the roll, please.
Thank you. That was a motion by Councilmember Valenzuela, a second by Councilmember Jennings. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Aye.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Yes.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Yes. All right, that passes. Thank you very much. Now let's move to the discussion items on the agenda. And we begin with item 21, which is the Truth, Reform, and Reconciliation Multi-Year Operating Project. Dr. Watson?
Oh, Mayor, good evening. Let's see if we can get this screen shared. Can you hear me pretty well?
Yeah, we hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, everyone. Good evening. Dr. Letitia Watson, Director of the Office of Public Safety Accountability, presenting to you today on an overview of our Truth, Reform, and Reconciliation Initiative. I first want to just take a few minutes and special thanks to the OPSA staff, the Chief of Staff, Kelly Rivas, our Sacramento Community Review Police Commissioner, Graciela Castillo-Creams, Ami Barnes, and Don Holm. I greatly appreciate all of your assistance on getting this project off the ground. Also, I want to thank Sustainable Equity. Their leadership team is here with us this evening. They have provided an unsurmountable base as far as what reconciliation is and what it is that is necessary to build up our communities here across this country. I am elated that I was afforded this opportunity to learn from these impressive experts. The Truth, Reform, and Reconciliation Initiative was birthed from a public outcry that occurred during our City Council meeting on January the 19th. City of Sacramento residents angrily voiced concerns with the Sacramento Police Department's protest operations and the treatment of those expressing their constitutional rights. Additionally, residents voiced frustration and anger resulting from historical scars that have occurred. They specifically talked about use of force incidents involving police-community interactions. The initial council direction provided to myself as the director of OPSA was an extensive review of complaint allegations pertaining to Sacramento Police Department protest operational responses from May of 2020 to January of 2021. After a detailed preliminary investigation, there were various legalities that arose, and it was also concerning the feasibility that surfaced reference a review of this magnitude. The focus of the initiative transitioned in February from a meeting conducting a complaint-based review and transition to an operational-based review. This would evaluate Sacramento Police Department's protest operation and demonstration planning, protocols, procedures, as well as training compared to national best practices. The most significant aspect of this initiative pertains to the reconciliation process involving the Sacramento Police Department and community members in the city of Sacramento. This initiative is broken up into 2 phases. Phase 1 is outcome-based. Phase 1 will look at, again, the policies, the procedures, and the protocols involving the Sacramento Police Department's protest and mass demonstration operations. It will evaluate the training, specifically looking at the frequency and duration of protest operational training, from entry-level academy training to in-service training throughout an officer's career, and also what type of multi-agency training do we have, and what is it that is necessary in order to move forward. The training, the policies, the protocols will be compared to the other 49 major city police departments in the US, as well as to national best practices. Any areas in need of improvement will be identified and outlined in a written report to council. The written report will outline key recommendations important in increasing the effectiveness and efficiency in mass demonstration and protest planning. Effective police training should be linked to the organization's core values and should always reinforce ethical policing practices, specifically the commitment to respect and uphold everyone's civil liberties. For today, we will be focusing on phase 2. Phase 2 of the Truth, Reconciliation, and Reform Initiative is reconciliation efforts. Some ask, what is that? Reconciliation processes involve police organizations owning up to what has been done, hearing the experiences of those who have been harmed, committing to repair, and committing to doing better, along with working with the community moving forward. Reconciliation efforts in the city of Sacramento must involve 4 primary action areas. That's education, advocacy, civic engagement, and fostering reconciliation. The Sacramento Police Department, the Sacramento Community Police Review Commission, community activists, advocates, and residents participating in reconciliation efforts will work to improve individual and community outcomes regarding interactions between the police department and the public. Reconciliation efforts will involve continuous opportunities for frank engagements between minority communities and law enforcement. It will also address historical tensions, misconceptions, and mutual distrust. Improved police-community relations go hand in hand with better policing and violence reduction. Often the relationship of law enforcement organizations and their communities is seen as unidirectional. Closing the disconnect between police and community requires involving the community from the start. The department should gather community input on the needs and values of the people they serve and work to instill those insights into the core of the organization. Reconciliation efforts partnered with Sustainable Equity will work to do just this. The city of Sacramento received 2 submissions from 1 Consensus Building Institute reconciliation firm and Sustainable Equity reconciliation firm. A panel of city reviewers assessed the proposal submissions in accordance to the following criteria. The reviewers looked at the experience specific to law enforcement organizations and its community, the overall experience with reconciliation efforts, services offered, references, and the cost proposal itself. The panel of reviewers convened multiple times and discussed the proposal submissions in detail. Sustainable Equity was unanimously selected as being best suited to lead the reconciliation efforts in the city of Sacramento. Sustainable Equity is a healing and equity consulting firm based in the state of Mississippi, Sustainable Equity is a team of experts experienced in working with private and public organizations across the country, equipping individuals and organizations in building and sustaining justice, equity, diversity, healing, inclusion, policies, and practices so that all involved can thrive. Building community trust and fostering fairness through relationship and team development, community engagement, and informed action has been done by Sustainable Equity for more than 3 decades. Sustainable Equity helps clients develop stronger and more diverse and inclusive atmospheres, enabling them to develop greater team strength, camaraderie, while creating a sense of belonging and promoting equity and justice at the same time. In providing reconciliation services in the city of Sacramento, Sustainable Equity provided a proposed plan in which they'll focus on the following key objectives in the city of Sacramento. They'll evaluate the status of relationships between the community and the police department here in Sacramento. They will submit a written report based on the detailed analysis. They'll develop a plan of action in improving the relationship between the police and the community in Sacramento and implement that plan of action. Sustainable Equity tackles complex societal issues in a series of phases, with a carefully sequenced series of exercises based on scholarship and science and grounded in their use and success in communities across the country. They use 3 different phases. Phase 1 is presence. That's where participants explore and reconnect with their authentic selves. Phase 2 is purpose. It asks, how did we get here? Participants begin to grapple with the systems and histories we have all inherited that have limited our opportunities for many, and which have prevented a shared prosperity for all. Phase 3 is power. Participants begin to practice working together using an equity lens as they develop new ways to address problems and achieve common goals. Having engaged with who they are and how we got here, Phase 3 allows groups and communities to enjoy the full benefit of the voices, experiences, gifts, and skills of all of its community members to address present situations and develop inclusive, equitable, and sustainable informed solutions. The Truth, Reform, and Reconciliation Initiative received initial approval from Council and established as a multi-year operating project June 15th of 2021. The initial funding amount for the multi-year operating project was discovered to be insufficient upon the completion of the RFP process. Reconciliation services were found to be much more expensive than our team had even realized. Prior to moving forward with next steps, staff is requesting direction from Council as to whether to continue with the initiative and enter into a professional services agreement with Sustainable Equity. Tonight, we have the leaders of Sustainable Equity here with us. The founders of Sustainable Equity is Dr. Susan Glisson and Dr. Charles Tucker. They have a very, very long list of accolades, and their bios are extremely long. What I found that was most impactful was something that some of the organizations they work for said. And one of the quotes said, Susan Glisson and Charles Tucker are raising small armies across the country to unite communities and guide the hard but needed conversations about racial reconciliation. Susan and Charles are national resources for building knowledge through honest civil conversations and practical action that change attitudes and dispel myths about white supremacy and Black inferiority. They know what works. It has been a pleasure working with Dr. Glisson and Dr. Tucker and me and their other team members throughout this process, getting an understanding of what it is they do and how they value and added benefit to the communities in Mississippi, Georgia, North Carolina, you name it, they've done reconciliation work there. So I wanted to provide some time for them to introduce themselves and just share some insight into all the great work that they've done.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. It was humbling to hear you describe the work that we have been privileged to be a part of. It is because of community leaders like yourself and like all the folks that are participating in this call who care about their communities and who want to make them better that we have been able to learn and grow in this field. So we're deeply honored to have the opportunity to speak with you all this evening and to share what our hopes are based on what we have learned about what your hopes are and what your dreams are. I'm happy to say that I'm joined by Charles Tucker, my co-founder and partner, and also by Mimua from Washington, D.C., by way of Minneapolis, Minnesota, and also by community leaders in Birmingham, Alabama, with whom we worked intensively in building trust between the community and the Birmingham Police Department. Lieutenant Eric Stitcher and Wayne Coleman are also with us this evening. So just a little bit about myself, and then I'll ask my colleagues if they might say a few words. I'm from Georgia, but have been a resident of Mississippi, happily so, for about 25 years now, and moved to this state knowing only bad stuff about it. To learn that, of course, that places that have reputations that might seem daunting, in fact, always have hidden heroes who have lifted up good work and have lessons for us to learn from and to grow from. And so learning from people like Fannie Lou Hamer and her legacy, and people like Medgar Evers and his legacy, and the folks that they taught, has been a real important part of the work that I have been able to be a part of. So the work that we do, as Dr. Watson lifted up, is very much grounded in relationship, very much grounded in helping to create a container in which community leaders who may have painful histories between them are able to come together authentically, to be vulnerable, to share something of who they are, so that they can begin to develop empathy for each other's stories, to learn accurate history, however painful that may be, and to begin to figure out how to repair those pasts together in order to make a brighter future. And we've done that work in some of the hardest places that we know about in this country, in places like Philadelphia, Mississippi, and Neshoba County, in Sumner, Mississippi, where Emmett Till, the 14-year-old child, was murdered brutally in 1955. Me has done that work in Charlottesville, and after the Unite the Right protest in Charleston after the massacre. Charles and I have done work in other states as well. So we come with a lot of learning from community folks, and we also come to accompany you and be very tailored to what we hear from the community leaders there, because we know that the people who live in Sacramento know Sacramento the best. And so we want to learn, and we want to bring lessons from other communities that we have to share, to make, to lift up and make, increase trust and make a better community together. I'd love to ask Charles if he might say a few words, and then we'll turn it over to me and bring in Wayne and then Stitch at the end.
Hi, I'm Charles Tucker. By the way, just regular Charles Tucker, not Dr. Charles Tucker. That's another guy. He's a sports psychologist. Thank you for allowing us to address you this evening. The work that we do is based on a very simple principle, and like many things based on a simple principle, is extremely difficult to do. And that is to get people to see each other as people, for who they are, for what they bring, for the gifts they have, in addition to all the other things that go wrong in this world. We have a interesting brain, human beings. We see and take in millions of bits of information, but we can only process maybe 10 or 12 or 30 at a time. So we create heuristics. We create these shortcuts. And they were necessary at one time. You know, saber-toothed tiger jumped out there, you had to know instinctively to run. Or, you touch a hot stove, you have to immediately say hot, move your hand away. The trouble, though, is we do it with everything, and we do it with people. And so by doing so, we tend to shortchange other individuals. We make jumps, we make assumptions. We assume that because they didn't come from the same place we came from, that they're different, that they're the enemy, or a variety of other shortcuts that are completely wrong. What we do is to help people retrain the brain on how they think and how they see people and how they see individuals, how they see themselves, as a matter of fact. Because it's only by looking at ourselves clearly and seeing the other people clearly that we can actually make any progress. It is a process though, and it takes a moment, and it's not linear work, but it's worthwhile work, and we're all better for it. So that said, I'd like to pass the baton on to our colleague Mimois. Me, please.
Thank you, Charles. Mr. Mayor and council members, it is an honor to be in front of the City Council, as well as an honor to be in the city of Sacramento as it is virtually. I am deeply honored in this moment, actually, as a Hmong American woman, to be a part of the Sustainable Equity team, but particularly to be in front of the City Council with Council Member Mai Vang having created history in being on the City Council. To have two Hmong American women appear on the screen, it's just it's an amazing moment for me, and it really is a moving moment. So I just want to acknowledge that publicly. I come from a very humble background. I'm a peasant from the mountains of Laos. Came to this country as a political refugee. Grew up in the Midwest, but I ended up going to law school at the University of Minnesota. So I was a practicing lawyer in private practice for a while. Then I didn't think I would win, and I got myself elected to the Minnesota State Senate. And for almost 10 years, I was a member of the Minnesota State Legislature. When I left, self-retired from the Minnesota State Senate, I chaired the Senate Judiciary Committee. And in that capacity, I had an opportunity to see I too lived in a capital city, and I represented the east side of St. Paul. So I've had the opportunity to experience some of the hardships and some of the tough decisions that come in front of you. And it is really was such an honor to see this RFP and to have an opportunity to participate with this amazing team, to be able to think about how we can be on this journey together. And so I just want to say that there is no other greater purpose than to be able to be a part of this team and to partner with you and the people of Sacramento to see how we can bring about racial healing, racial transformation that can move our entire city forward. Again, it's such an honor to appear in front of you, and thank you all so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Okay, let us, if we can, move to the council portion of this. Let's first see if we have any public testimony on this important item.
Mayor, I have one hand raised to make comments on this item.
Okay.
Mark Marin. Mark Marin, if you'll unmute.
Okay, I'm here. Can you see me or hear me?
Yes, we can.
And I'm speaking against item 24.
No, this is
correct?
item 21.
Well, I'm sorry then. I meant to be on 24.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll.
Mayor, I have no commenters on this item.
Okay, we'll get Mr. Marin back on my item. That's fine. So let's open it up to council comments and questions. I got Mayor Pro Tem Ashby, excuse me, Councilmember Valenzuela, Guerra, Vang, and I know I have some questions. Go ahead.
Well, I have a number of comments and questions, but I think it's super appropriate first to say welcome to our Sacramento City Council meeting. You all are some obviously extraordinarily talented and educated folks doing great work. It sounds like particularly down in the South, and it's an honor to have you here. Thank you for applying for an RFP in Sacramento, California, and joining us this evening. Part of this conversation might be a little uncomfortable because obviously you have applied for a bid and we have to decide money, right? But there's no question about the value of the people on this call. You all are incredible and have amazing lives that you have put to work here to help lots of people. And I have no doubt you could help in Sacramento too. For me, I've been on this council a long time, 11 years, longest standing member. And this is extremely unorthodox for us to come forward with an RFP proposal and discuss it as a council with an increase of more than double from the original amount that we allocated. And so my questions, I think, would have been far more comfortable in a different setting, but we are here nonetheless. And what we received in advance of this meeting was just the PowerPoint that was just presented to us. So just for reference, I have not seen the proposal from this company. I have no idea what you have offered or why the cost is so high. Obviously, I assume it was much more robust than the 4 or 5 bullet points that were on that slide. I can tell that just from hearing your voices over the last couple of minutes. But my understanding of what this council directed the Office of Public Safety Accountability was to combine its own resources, meaning its own human resources and its own budget, to come back to this council with a proposal on how they would achieve many of the goals laid out in front of them. And what I am seeing instead is a PowerPoint proposal of 2 phases that also is a request for more than double the amount of money originally allocated. And so, Dr. Watson, I have some concerns about that and some questions about the human resources components being put forward out of OPSA and the Inspector General's office, and how that might be contributing to bringing costs down somewhat and doing some of this work. And then my next sort of set of questions, in case you want to answer them jointly, Dr. Watson, is that I love that they're from Mississippi, and I hate that they're from Mississippi all at once, because I think it's great, but we have so much talent in Sacramento, and there's so many people in this region who are doing work like this. I think of Kula Koenig. I think of Stephanie Bray, who just left. I think of Cassandra. I think of a lot of groups who will not only just need to be included for this to work, but I would think would be part of the folks compensated to be part of this work. I don't want to just pay people from Mississippi and ask the people in Sacramento to volunteer their time and energy and effort. And so, Dr. Watson, I'd like to hear about those 2 things: what components your office is going to bring to this equation to maybe bring down costs and provide some of that yourself, some of this work yourself, and also how you plan to incorporate people in Sacramento who are doing some of this work and how they will be funded for their time as well.
Thank you for the questions, Council Member Ashby. Council has been updated on this project since it began. So communication has went out almost, I would say, monthly. I'm not sure what part that you missed, but you have been receiving information on this project. None of this information that was presented in the PowerPoint presentation is new. As far as what we are doing in OPSA, the information that you saw in phase 1 is what is being done in OPSA. Phase 2 is reconciliation. I have no experience in reconciliation. I am not a reconciliation expert, and that's why the RFP process went out. We need people who have that experience to bring value if we really want to do something that's going to be positively impactful in the community, not me try to act as though I know what it is that I'm doing and we're going to change something here in the city of Sacramento. The 2 companies that provided the submissions, one was the City of Sacramento company and one was Sustainable Equity. It was unanimously decided by the raters here in the city of Sacramento that this was the company that was capable of providing what's needed here in the city of Sacramento, and that's why you see them before you.
Okay, thank you for that. So just to be clear, I did get the information in the PowerPoint. You're right, is not new. That we did receive that. What I mean is I hadn't seen their proposal to you. So if that was shared previously, I apologize. I have not seen it, so I'm not sure the full content. But for example, that's new information to me. So what I'm hearing you say is that OPSA, IG, your team, will provide everything in phase 1. So this $600,000 request is solely for phase 2. And there was a Sacramento group, but they were ruled out. That's what I'm hearing you say. Do I have that right?
You have that correct. Reconciliation is not inexpensive, and that's why it's coming before you at this time. And it's not double what the initial funding that was approved by council was 320,000. It's less than double, but it is very expensive.
Okay, yeah, asking for the additional 280. And then the last piece of my question was, how do you intend to compensate folks from Sacramento who you would engage in this process?
The only individuals that will be working with sustainable equity would be City of Sacramento residents, because that's the relationship that they're trying to improve with Sacramento residents and with the police department. It would be up to sustainable equity to tell us what the best way would be if you compensate someone for participating in this initiative. And that would add cost as well.
Okay, I think I'd, Mayor, like to hear some of my council
Yeah.
colleagues' comments and concerns as well.
Sure. I'll ask some questions as well. But let's go with Councilmember Valenzuela, then Guerra, and then Vang.
Thanks, Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem for getting us started, and Dr. Watson for your work on bringing this forward. I am really hopeful about this process. I was just looking back in some of my notes of kind of what led us here, right? You know, you've got a 2019 community and officer survey that says none of us trust each other. The officers don't trust the community don't trust officers. You know, you've got several incidents that have happened, and I'm sure in the course of getting ready to take on this contract, Sustainable Equity will look back at some of the videos, some of the testimony, some of those community concerns that I know we heard loud and clear, not just in January, but before January, since January. They've persisted as white supremacist groups have continued to come to Sacramento. So I just want to say that this is a big price tag. And it is striking to go from 320 to 600,000. It's like, wow. But I also am really think it's worthwhile, given just how far we have to go and how much work I know that would be. And I know for me, I mean, I've been a facilitator for a long time. It's still something I do occasionally for environmental justice groups. And every time there's a conflict, the first thing I do is bring in an outside group to help. Like I find that in conflict situations, it's not helpful to bring in folks who are involved in the conflict to try to help run it. That is the best outcomes are always done when you bring in someone who's external, who does not have a direct stake, who can sit down and level the playing field and really be seen by everybody as neutral arbiters, experts, and folks who are there purely for the process and purely to make sure that people are heard and that the outcomes we all want are achieved, which is a better relationship and a better path forward for everyone. I will ask a question because I think speaking to Mayor Pro Tem Ashby's point around experts here, I'm really curious to hear Dr. Watson, you talk a little bit more about how you see the police commission being engaged in this, because those are our folks that we've appointed to work with us, for us, in partnership to help with exactly these issues. So I'm curious if maybe you want to speak a little bit about how they're going to be engaged if and when this moves forward in the process as it's developed.
Sure, Council Member Valenzuela. At the beginning, I did a special thank you to Police Commissioner Graciela Castillo-Crings. She was one of the reviewers to rate the proposals that came in for this particular project. She also is the chair of the Community Engagement and Outreach Ad Hoc, which will be working directly with Sustainable Equity should we go that direction, to make sure that we're reaching the stakeholders that we need to, so that they can develop and design an approach that will be best suited for the city of Sacramento. They have a lot of experience all across the country, but we want to make sure that the design and the methods that they use in the city of Sacramento will be beneficial to this city. So all of the stakeholders, as I said earlier, the activists, the advocates, they want to hear from everyone so that they can make sure that their approach provides reconciliation where we need it. And that's going to be, from my experience being here a year and a half now, it's going to be our marginalized communities and our communities of color, which aligns with Race Forward and some of the work that's going to be done citywide as well. Those are the communities that's speaking the most, that feel like the police community interactions are not where they should be.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. I would add to that the LGBTQ plus community who I know submitted letters regarding the police chief search about questions and concerns they had. And this is just such an interesting and opportune moment. I don't know if we're going to have this moment again, colleagues, where we're bringing in a new chief. We've had all this discontent. Everybody's saying they're not happy with the way things are. To really move forward in a really intentional, thoughtful way, I think every dollar of the $600,000 is going to be well spent money if it's going to get us closer to a point where we can all work together. I will say that I hope that the police commission is really deeply engaged, both because of their role with the council, but also because it provides a public space for some of those non-commissioners to be able to engage and to hear what's happening and to give that feedback back as things are being developed. So that would be my hope if this moves forward tonight. And then I did want to ask, because I think one of the project team members didn't get a chance to introduce themselves, Eric Stischer, and I was just curious if you wanted to take a moment before I finish my questioning. My question to you would be, hello, what is your role in this project? Would you like to introduce yourself?
Good evening. I'm Eric Stischer. I'm a lieutenant with the Birmingham, Alabama Police Department. Next month will be 25 years. I was a patrol officer for 14, which included 10 years of being a field training officer. Academy instructor for over 4 years, patrol sergeant, shift lieutenant. Right now, I'm the executive officer of the Tactical Operations Unit. Several years ago, I was introduced to Susan and Charles. I was kind of voluntold to attend the Equity Circle meeting up under our previous chief, Chief Roper. When we got there, it was like 15 civilians, about 15 police officers. Sustainable Equity did a lot of individual exercises. Then later we broke into group exercises, which humanizes to each other. I was no longer that officer. I was Eric. She was no longer Black Lives Matter representative. She was Cara. So they built trust within the group. Now, I ain't say it happened overnight, but it worked. So to make a long story short, it was a 3-week mandated course that the officers were mandated to attend. After Charles and Susan left, the civilians that were there, the police officers, we voted, and we continued that program for 2.5 years. The citizens listened to the police. The police listened to the citizens. For example, just one short example, Sherry was a neighborhood president. Her house had been burglarized. She said the officer that came to her house wasn't rude or discourteous, but he had the verbiage where, ma'am, here's your case card. You can go get your report at headquarters. The detective will reach out to you. Just the things that police officers do. So at the meeting, she was able to vent to us, and like the officer may have answered 2 or 3 burglary calls that day, but this is the first time her house has ever been burglarized. Even though that the officers came and cleared her house, checked the closets, checked under the bed to make sure the bad guys were no longer there, she was telling me I was still concerned that somebody was still in my house. So she said, even though it was just a regular burglary report for the officer, could they spend another 10 or 15 minutes and explain in more detail as to what I needed to do? So at the time, I worked at the precinct, so I can go to roll call and be the voice of the citizens at the meetings and explain to my officers, look, you've done 3 or 4 burglary reports, but this is the citizens' first time. As officers, sometimes we assume everybody's house has been broken into or everybody's been a victim or something, but not everybody has. So being part of this group made me a better officer, a better leader, and a better person to be able to listen to the citizens. And it just opened up conversation to make the officers that were there better officers. And the citizens were able to understand our responsibilities a little bit more. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Well, I'm really glad I did. I think you add the sort of quadfecta. I was gonna say trifecta, but it's like, what's the 1 for 4 when it's the trifecta for 4 things? This is a really impressive team. This is a multi-year operating budget. This is a multi-year project. This is the work that I think when we look at this community and officer survey that needs to be done, that I think everybody wants to happen. So I support this, and I'll just stop my comments there. Thank you, Dr. Watson. Thank you, Social Equity team, for being here today.
May I say one more thing? Mayor. At the time, I was also an instructor at the police academy, and under Charles and Susan and the National Initiative program, we were able to add a second day to our diversity program at the police academy that they've been doing ever since I was a rookie 25 years ago. That second day added the rookies going to the basement of the 16th Street Baptist Church. Of course, y'all should know that the four girls were killed there during the bombing. Charles and Susan led trust building exercises in the basement with the rookies. We then was able to tour the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute. And then we had a professor of history from the University of Alabama in Birmingham, which put on a 4-hour PowerPoint and question period, starting with the history of slavery, leading into the national fight of civil rights, which pinpointed at the end to Birmingham. And I feel like it's very important, whether officers are being trained at Birmingham or in Sacramento, that they have to know the history of the city. Because here in Birmingham, Alabama history isn't being taught like it was taught in high school.
Mr. Fisher, thank you very much. We'll hear more from you. We just have a long agenda tonight. Thank you. Katie, are you Councilmember Valenzuela?
I'm done, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you, Letitia, Dr. Watson, for the presentation and the work on this. I also do want to thank, Commissioner Graciela Castillo-Cringe. I have a lot of faith in her ability to look through this from one of our Citizens Police Review Commission, and the fact that she has 18 years of policy experience at the state level as well. For us to give us a strong recommendation about how to move forward gives me some confidence about moving forward here. I know that there in the staff report, they identified some fiscal considerations to think about where in the budget we would secure this. It is the timing is unorthodox, and so granted to that, I feel comfortable looking at moving forward. But if we needed to find a space to have a more in-depth discussion about how the RFP would move forward, we do have a budget and audit committee on November 30th that I think gives us enough time to get some of these questions answered and then have it brought back to council so that we don't lose a lot of time. My understanding is this firm met a few months back with the commissioners and the staff, and I think there's been a lot of good work done there, so I don't want to delay it too long, but I do see there may be some benefit in bringing it to the November 30th Budget and Audit Committee to fine tune any questions that we may have. So that would be my recommendation. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the work, and I do think that trying to address some of these concerns is and get to the work that clearly Dr. Watson identified that she doesn't have the expertise in an area, which is why we need to look at a firm that has that expertise, and having it been reviewed by our own local folks and identify this firm. We just need to answer maybe just a couple more questions here. So those are just some of my thoughts, but I feel positive in the direction we're going.
I think that's a good suggestion here that I may want to pick up on here in a moment, because I think it'll get us to where we all want to go here. Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll keep this short because I know we have a long agenda. Thank you so much, Dr. Watson, for bringing this item forward. And I just also want to welcome our guest that's here today. Thank you so much for sharing your experience working in multiple cities. And it is an honor to also see Mimoa on here as well. I did not know that she was actually part of this group. So it's a little surprising, but it's also really heartfelt because I remember watching her as a young girl when she was being sworn in as a state senator in Minnesota. And so it's just really awesome to see her here virtually in space with us. There is a lot of healing that needs to be done in Sacramento. And I know that our city will be undergoing our racial equity work with Race Forward. And I really hope that this work will be aligned to those efforts. I think you all know, in the wake of several police killings, especially with Stephon Clark in District 8, for the past few years here locally, there has been a really deep mistrust with law enforcement and the public. And this initiative, the Truth, Reform, Reconciliation Initiative, is incredibly important to me and my constituent in the district. district. And I'm really hopeful, and I think we could begin to move the needle on really healing this community. Secondly, I do agree with Councilwoman Valenzuela that I do, as a community organizer and a past facilitator for several, groups, I do see the importance of having a neutral facilitator, just given the deep mistrust in this city. And so I actually see it as a benefit. But I do think it's going to be incredibly important to make sure that we draw on the strength of our community-based organization, our activists, and folks who are expert in reconciliation. But it's hard if they are in it in Sacramento, right? So we do need someone neutral. And I do see a benefit in that. I do have a question, Dr. Watson, for you in particular. And I do agree with Council Member Guerra. I do think this item should come back to Budget and Audit Committee just to flesh out a little bit given the increase in the contract. But wanted to know, and maybe this question can go to the group as well, given just the price increase in the contract in particular, I wanted to know what the services were that differ from the original amount. And maybe that's written in the contract. I too haven't had an opportunity to read the contract. Maybe it was in an email, but I missed it, but I haven't had a chance to review and would like to see it as well. And wanted to ask you on that in particular.
No problem. Thank you very much, Councilwoman Vang. The initial amount was provided after all of the community members called in, and we were on that council meeting for a very long time. So we had no idea what reconciliation cost when that amount was provided in a multi-year operating project. We didn't have any idea what reconciliation services cost until we put the RFP out, and those two companies provided their proposal, and it was in excess of $500,000. And there's where we found out, wow, reconciliation costs a great deal of money. So we didn't know what we were going to need for this project, but we turned it into a multi-year operating project because it was taking a long time plan and get everything off of the ground as far as what we needed in order to make sure that we was making a positive impact, and we're not just doing something and saying to the public we're doing something, but it has no real action or nothing came to fruition. So that's where the money comes in. We didn't ask for any money. That was just put in the project, unsure, and it even says when it was passed that it is awaiting confirmation of what it would cost for this project. And so then once we did the the RFP process, that's when we determined this is how much we need for reconciliation after they told us how much it costs for 2 years.
Thanks. I appreciate that clarity because it's going to be incredibly important for us to articulate that to the public and to residents who will hold our feet to the fire to make sure that we are using every dollar in a way that really will benefit the community. I do have a question for Sustainable Equity in particular about just the work that they've done, and wanted to ask you all, what are some lessons learned that you've taken from working with other jurisdiction? Once you come in and you are able to do your assessment, provide recommendation, what has made other cities successful that you've seen, and what are just some lessons learned that y'all have seen doing this work?
Thank you so much, Councilmember Vang. Really great question. Leadership is always really key. So knowing that the city council, knowing that the mayor's office, knowing that local community leaders, nonprofits, knowing that the police department hopefully is in support of this, that makes a crucial difference. Having the latitude to know that this is not a problem that happened overnight, so it's not going to be solved overnight. So an expectation that some miraculous thing will happen in a couple of weeks is probably not to be expected, but to give it the time and the space. Healing is often circular work, right? 1 step forward, 2 steps back a little bit, from your community organizing experience, I'm sure. So having the time and the space for relationships to unfold. We talk of our process as an emergent process, right? So we have non-negotiables in terms of the pedagogy and the brain science that we use in the exercises. But when when you get into a session, you don't necessarily know what might unfold, what story might emerge, what pain point might come up that you have to deal with. And be ready to move on, from a long period of time. So having the gracious space of time, having the leadership, those are some, and I would ask me or Charles, would you like to, I'm sure I'm not, am I leaving anything out? Okay.
Another thing that we've learned is you have to be flexible. You can't, this is not something that you can just set a curriculum to. We do our research on the city and the history, always grounded in the history of the place. Work with local people as much as possible, but at the same time, know that you may have had exercises planned out to deal with a certain something, and then something happens. Something happens, and there's a crisis of confidence in the government. There's a crisis. Everybody hates the police all of a sudden. Something happens. We have to be able to have the flexibility to pivot and address those things in real time. So that, case in point, we worked in New Orleans shortly after. Was it Mike Brown verdict came through?
Yep.
And we ended up having a called meeting of circles in which we had over 100 people, it felt like, crowded into one room just to be able to discuss and go through that issue. Have people who felt one way about it, explain how they felt safe enough to talk about it, but also have people who say, I don't understand what the big deal is. And I don't know why you people are upset. But they were also safe enough to say that's how they felt. And to ask the question, why are you so upset? As opposed to filling in the blanks from their own minds. And in that sort of circumstance, we are able to have people learn from each other, not only not demonize a group, but to actually see them as human. So that flexibility and that kind of structure is key.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Let's move on to, you done, Councilmember Vang?
I am. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Laloe, back to Pro Tem Ashby, then I'm going to ask a question, make a suggestion. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you very much, Dr. Watson and the social equity team. I do agree with my colleague, Councilmember Guerra, that we probably need to have a little bit more discussion on this. And some of my concerns are, and listening to Officer Stish, and please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. The climate in California is somewhat different from some of our other potential states. And when you come to cities like Sacramento, it takes even a further step. And that is, when you turn on our media, pretty much the news that gets covered, it's nothing but exclusively negative of our police department. And by no means am I saying that they don't make mistakes, but very seldom our media outlets these days will actually cover the positive and very neighborly actions of our police department at the same time. So, when we go out there and we talk to people, I think, and I heard my colleagues say that there's a Councilmember Vang, that she indicated that there's a deep, deep mistrust of the police department in our city. And I think in certain segments, I have to agree with you, but as a total city, I probably want to have a little more dialogue with you on that. But again, I just need to get more answers towards this audit or what we're planning to do, because the price tag is very heavy, and unless it's going to change everything around, which I don't think that will ever take place. I have my concerns about the $600,000 contract and what would be the end result audit, I guess. So that's something that I need to get a little bit more information. And I definitely like to speak to my colleagues on this because I have a hard time moving forward with this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby again, or you go ahead.
Mayor, I'll be brief. I know you both care deeply about this topic and are also anxious to get to the next topic on the agenda. But I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to Councilmember Guerra, because I think your suggestion is very good. This definitely needs to go to budget and audit. I'm not on budget and audit, so I'd like to say a couple things to my colleagues who are. And I'd like to ask you to please consider these things when you're taking a look at this more in depth. I think I'm convinced by Councilmember Valenzuela and Vang that having a group from Mississippi could be more beneficial than it is hurtful. So I've changed my mind in the last 20 minutes based on the input of those two ladies on that issue. But I am still concerned that people in Sacramento get paid for their services. And so if we're going to ask people in Sacramento to do work as part of this, I want them to be paid, not asked to be volunteers or to show up and do part of the work without being compensated. So when you guys see this at Budget and Audit, please ask about how that will work. And please flesh out the deliverables, what we're expecting from our own staff, OPSA, IG, etc., what the specific deliverables are from our own staff versus what the specific deliverables are from the contract. I think Budget and Audit should get the contract RFP language in advance from Dr. Watson, since I don't think any of us have seen that, and review it prior to that meeting so that you can ask more specific questions. And one of the questions that you need to ask is, what is the deliverable from the consultant? Is it a report or is it implementation, as you've heard about tonight? You've heard from this officer about specific implementation. Is that going to happen as part of this effort, or is it going to be recommended to us to implement at a later date via a report? So I would just ask you to dig into what from this will be the tangible outcomes. Will there be trainings? Will there be implementation? Or will it be a report to us about what we should do next? And then I want to just echo something that I think I heard Councilmember Valenzuela mention a bit in passing, but I really thought about this too while everyone was speaking. There's a glaring missing community that's actually quite large and quite important in California and specifically in Sacramento, and that is our LGBTQ community. So please, please make every effort to include them and put them front and center in this conversation and dialogue. They've been a big part of what's happened over the last few years in many ways, and I want to make sure they're included. And then just lastly, I hope that we are successful, because what you're trying to help us achieve is something that this council has made a number one priority. It's something we all greatly want. We want our constituencies to trust their government, and we want our government to be trustworthy. And so if you can help us find a pathway there and it feels comfortable to us, then I think Budget and Audit will be able to convey that back to the full council, and this will probably be a consent item. But if Budget and Audit takes a look at it and says these aren't quite the deliverables we think are going to get us there, or they say this is too much money being spent on a study and not enough on implementation, then we may be asking you to reduce your cost and give us some alternate proposal. So Mayor, that's my ask of my colleagues and my gratitude to Councilmember Guerra. Thank you.
Thank you. Pro Tem
Mayor, before you wrap up, I just want to make sure that there's no confusion. There is no contract. This is on council as a discussion item because there was no RFP process. We did not know what it would cost. So there is no contract, and there is no contract unless council says that they want to move forward with this.
Yeah,
and that's the reason why we're here.
That's helpful, and I think it's going to guide an actual resolution, which I do want to suggest, but I see Councilmember Harris is up as well.
Yeah, Dr. Watson, I'd just like to say that I think a more fleshed out staff report would have been very helpful for this discussion about what the intended outcomes would be, about a potential work plan, deliverables. All of those questions have come up today. I think the council is in accord about what you would like to achieve with this program, but not only do we need more information about it, but our constituents do as well. You know, the people who elected us read these staff reports and they want to know what we are intending to spend money on. So I think, assuming this goes to budget and audit, please make clear the pathway to get to the intended outcomes, and give an idea to people about how the money will be spent, what would actually be achieved. I just feel that more information would have truncated this discussion and made it a little bit more fruitful. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jeff. So I think we have the germ of a direction here, and maybe I can, first of all, I just want to say you can't put a simple price on an incident. And these incidents occur in our community, as we know, on an incident that results in tragedy and millions of dollars paid out by the city in litigation. And that happens all the time. So, this is change compared to some of the settlements we have paid out. And so everything we're doing is trying to avoid tragedy and to avoid, lesser so the second piece I'm going to say, the impact on the city's fiscal situation because of the litigation that often ensues when somebody's killed or seriously injured. But I want to ask a different question that has not been asked. And I understand that this is not a contract. This is sort of authorization to proceed with a negotiation and a contract, which I think is a better position. But to the group that is before us from Mississippi, and I'm impressed with your backgrounds and your presentation. What I really want to know is how much time you intend to spend in Sacramento, because there's a lot of, I'm sure you travel all over the place in many cities, but this city is special. It is unique. It is rich in terms of its diversity and in terms of its commitment to racial equity, all equity. And so how much time are you going to really be able to spend here? To live here. I know you're not going to live here, but to live here and to really get to know the people, the community, the stakeholders, the activists, the neighborhoods that form the culture of this city and are leading on this issue. Second part of the question to Letitia, Dr. Watson. We have a parallel racial equity effort going that Councilmember Vang is co-chair of the committee on. And so there might be some thought to some consolidation of some kind between that effort and this effort, understanding this effort is focused obviously on public safety and law enforcement. Man, there's a lot of crossover. And in terms of the budgets and consultants, I will say this, from what I've heard and having faith in the competitive process and my chief of staff and the other people on this, we want you, okay? We want you to do this work. I do. And I think that the outside look is absolutely great. I think what you're hearing from the colleagues is that maybe some of the details need to continue to be worked out. So I think the way to do this is to pass the resolution tonight and authorize up to the additional $280,000. And then, as Councilmember Guerra suggested, ask the Budget and Audit Committee to sort of oversee this, work with Dr. Watson, and sort of continue to help her craft this in a way that, may be necessary to spend the entire additional 280. Maybe there's some efficiencies, especially in terms of a collaborative effort with the GARE, with the Racial Equity Project in GARE, and that we come back with this even stronger and tighter in terms of what we do and how much money we have to spend, because dollars are precious. But I'd spend the extra money, no question. I just think, let's do that work and see what we can do together to be fiscally responsible, but not cut corners when it comes to this drive for racial equity. So I say the resolution should be up to 280. Refer to the Budget and Audit Committee to work with OPSA to continue crafting this in a way that will bring us a final proposal and contract, because that's ultimately what this is, a final contract that allows us to move forward and to do all this expeditiously. Does that sound right, Councilmember Guerra, consistent with your intention?
If that's the motion, I'll second that motion.
Okay, well, I guess I make the motion then. I don't need to, but somebody else can make it in my name if that's acceptable to.
So moved.
Okay.
Mayor, it sounds like you made it, so we'll second it.
Okay.
So Mayor, this
Can
is
I ask one more quick clarifying question?
Yeah,
there? Is
please.
that okay?
Go.
I think we were using different words, Dr. Watson. I'm assuming there was some sort of proposal that was submitted by the group here, Sustainable Equity, and so maybe if that could be circulated. I'm not expecting the full contract. Definitely understanding the flexibility, Charles, that you mentioned, but anything that they submitted, I think would be helpful in terms of helping us start to understand what we're looking at here.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am, I will get it to you.
So, by the way, Madam Clerk tells me this is a receive and provide direction. There is no council direction. I mean, there's no council vote that's needed. I think you have the direction, and I think no one's objecting to maybe the inarticulate way I expressed it. But I think we get the idea, right? With Councilmember Guetta's idea. Okay, good. Are you guys good? We want you. Make note, please don't take anything but that.
No, we're grateful you're asking exactly the right questions we would hope that you would ask, and we want to spend as much time as you will allow us to spend. We intend to fall in love with your city if you'll let us.
Fall in love with our city. That will be the test, and you will fall in love with our city.
I have no doubt, no doubt.
Okay, thank you all very much for your time and attention. We'll get to work together. All right.
Sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you,
All right.
Council.
Thank you all very much. Okay. Good job, Council. Thank you, and good Dr. Watson. Thank you. Let's move to the next item, slow and active streets pilot update.
Jennifer, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Councilmember Valenzuela. Can you hear me now? It's only been 18 months. I'll figure it out. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jennifer Donlin Wyatt. I am your Transportation Planning Manager, and I'm here today to present an update on the Slow and Active Streets pilot. This pilot was initiated at the December 8th, 2020 council meeting, where staff were asked to implement a 6-month pilot. As you know, the goals of the Slow and Active Streets pilot were threefold. One, to provide physical and mental relief to the stresses related to the pandemic, to calm or reduce traffic on local residential streets, and to support the city's climate goals around encouraging walking and bicycling. The pilot had some foundations that included technical requirements to ensure the pilot was safe and on appropriate streets, that it be a community-driven process, that it not be me, a bureaucrat, coming into the community, but the community coming and telling us what they'd like to see, and that the process and the outcomes were equitable as well. The process was community-driven, and all pilots were the result of applications from the community. The decision about whether or not the pilot would move forward was determined by a community vote that was reviewed by staff and council offices. Staff brought broad participation and engagement and used several venues, including our City Express blog posts, social media, council offices, social media and contacts, neighborhood association, community-based organizations, and postcards to those living on the streets, as well as those on the immediate adjacent streets, and then virtual community meetings. Upon completion of the voting, staff reviewed the recommendations and discussed them with the appropriate council offices. The pilots were launched in 5 neighborhoods. Excuse me. Oak Park within William Land Park, Tahoe Park, Cabrillo Park, and the Midtown Newton Booth neighborhoods. Communities organized themselves and held many activations and events. And as the pilot was ending, staff collected community feedback through a survey. The survey was open from July 28th to August 19th, and over 1,200 people responded. The survey sought to understand if the pilots met the community goals or city's goals. And the first was to reduce traffic on local streets. And 27% of survey respondents reported driving less on pilot streets. The second goal was to encourage more walking and biking, and 30% of the survey respondents reported more walking, running, biking, scooting than before the pilots. However, the pilot was not universally supported, and while 60% of the respondents thought the pilot was positive and 14% were neutral, The pilot was unpopular with many residents in some communities. Staff fielded daily calls from frustrated residents, and the Midtown Newton Booth pilot was contentious enough that we ended it a little bit early in April rather than July. The pilot also cost more than anticipated. We estimated about take it 70 hours of planning, staff time or my team's time, and instead it took over 300 hours, which impacted some of our other work. And materials were moved, vandalized, or stolen daily, and monitoring and material costs were higher than estimated. In December 2020, we estimated the project would cost $223,000, and the actual cost was $241,000. And you might say, wow, that was close. But the original estimate was for a full 6 miles over 6 months. And in fact, we only had 6 miles for 6 weeks. And the pilot was a lot more expensive than we thought. There are some lessons learned. We needed some more community engagement if we're going to put lower cost temporary materials in our under-resourced communities. We wanted to have an equitable process and outcomes. However, a common complaint was that we were putting unattractive and temporary materials in Black neighborhoods. And why would they not also go in white neighborhoods? And establishing broad community awareness was a challenge. Despite all the engagement that we did through blog posts and social media and postcards, 28% of the survey respondents didn't know about the pilot until the materials were in place. And then similarly, staff needs and material costs were higher than anticipated. So we have some planned next steps. The first is, with your approval last month, we applied for a state grant for 15-minute neighborhoods plan. This neighborhoods plan would be a community-driven planning process to create a citywide network of traffic calm streets that would connect schools, parks, retail, and transit, and would address some of the community priorities that we've heard about slowing drivers and encouraging more walking and biking, particularly to local destinations within the 15-minute walk or bike zone. And here's an example from Seattle. They've been working on implementing something similar for a while. And then we're also working on implementing AB 43, which was signed by the governor this year and will take effect January 1st. And this will allow the city to lower speed limits under certain circumstances that you see here on your screen. Driving at unsafe speeds continues to be the most cited crash factor in Sacramento, and it's twice as common as the next biggest one. By reducing driver speeds, we can work to ensure that if a crash does happen, those that are hit can survive. And so thank you very much. That's my report back on slow and active streets, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. It was an interesting and I think a very good pilot. I really and learned a lot of lessons. And of course, the question is, where do we go from here, and how do we grow this? Again, is there a way to do so while minimizing the costs? How does this become a real city community partnership so that it's not, the costs don't rise here on the city side because it's all, city driven and or implemented. Let's hear from the colleagues here. Councilmember Valenzuela, I know, helped launch this in her district. Why don't you go first?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jennifer, and just the whole Public Works team that worked on this. I know it was an incredible amount of work. It's just the amount of conversation we had about the pilots in my district. That was quite a bit of work on that. I want to thank you for that, though. I know it was a big lift, and I'm really excited that we tried and tried to figure out and learn those lessons. I know the Midtown pilot ended early because one of the sponsoring groups changed their position and wanted it removed, but the Land Park pilot, I've got to say nothing but positive things. And so my question was similar to the mayor in terms of, are there any opportunities moving forward that you're looking at in addition to what you named in terms of reducing speeds and improving traffic safety for potential next steps or permanent installations? It's something that I know a lot of folks in Land Park were asking is, can we just close the street permanently? Because it was so widely used by all age groups near the golf course and all of that. So just curious your thoughts and reflections on that, since I think I see a couple of them watching the meeting.
Councilmember Valenzuela, the Land Park one was particularly popular. You're right. And that would be a collaboration with YPCE, because it's actually park streets that the pilot was instituted on, and requires a good amount of investment because there are, as you know, many events that happen through the park. So every run that came through the park, our teams had to go in and remove all the materials and come back and replace them. But we're happy to work with the YPSI team to see if they have the ability or interest to continue something like that moving forward.
Thank you. And thank you for just showing us what's possible and stretching yourself, especially during an already trying time. Just really appreciate the report back tonight. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Guerra.
Yeah, thank you very much. We had the pilot in that was initiated by a number of neighbors on 58th Street and on 11th Avenue. And I think there were a lot of lessons learned on that one, particularly, working closer with some of the neighbors where they feel that it would be more successful. And then also looking at some of our neighborhoods and throughout the city were built at different times with different land use practices. And so in one area, by closing off the, certain sections of 58th Street created almost larger thoroughfares in other areas. So I think, figuring out how traffic flow patterns would work. By and large, I think that the response was almost 50-50. But many of the common positive responses were acknowledging and making drivers recognize that they need to slow down, that they need to pay attention to other pedestrians and kids in the area, and also making it, if the city can make it easier for when neighbors want to get together and actually do a type of block party or open street activity, not necessarily closing it off for 3 or 4 weeks or an entire week in itself, but something that's more predictable, that's shorter term, manageable. There was a concern about the signage. I mean, signage confused a lot of folks, so I think we learned a lot about that. I think, if anything, figuring out how do we take the smaller components of where it did work and build upon that. And the last piece I'll say is the not knowing when the project started. People thought there was construction happening, that there were road closures that were permanent. I think the outreach piece, we're always trying to figure out how to do better outreach. I mean, that's a constant thing, not just on this project, but on every project we do. So I think that would be helpful on it. But overall, I think if we don't try something new, we don't do the empirical research on how something works, I think we'll never learn. So I do want to thank our staff for doing that. But it was an interesting one where it was mixed reviews and people were very passionate on both sides on how they liked it. So thank you, Jennifer. Great work.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris, then Councilmember Vang.
Jennifer, I definitely have mixed feelings about this pilot project, and we've discussed that, in our briefings. Clearly, in District 3, the proposed areas to be closed were rejected by my constituents. By its very nature, a pilot of this kind of complexity is confusing because people who are using the streets for transportation to get from here to there, who encounter a partially closed street are definitely confused by that. I think we learned that this is more workable in some parts of the city than in others. I think Councilmember Guerra alluded to that. But, when it comes right down to it, I think I'd like to invest our money in bike lanes and especially buffered bike lanes and go that route and create solid, safe routes for cycling and pedestrians that are known and that are permanent, and use our money and our analytical skills to figure out where those will be most beneficial. That was my takeaway from the whole pilot. So I guess that's really all I have to say, except that you were brave and bold, and you guys did a great job, even though your materials were stolen and vandalized, and it was a lot more labor than you anticipated. I think it was a good learning experience. But then there's also the piece of it being the pandemic, meaning that there was a lot less traffic on the streets as a result of people not going to work. So it created a circumstance that is different than it would be if people were not doing so much telework. Now, what that means moving forward, yet to be seen. But I would factor that into the analysis of the result. Thank you, Jennifer.
Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you to Jennifer and just city staff for all your hard work on this. Jennifer, also thank you so much for briefing my team on this. You know, we had an opportunity to also pilot this in our district. And just really want to take this opportunity to thank Trustee Chinua Rhodes, Ron Brazel from our Cabrillo Neighborhood Association, who's also our commissioner on the Active Transportation Commission that was really active in this pilot program. You know, we had bike events, yoga events, open street activities, something that we don't often see on 68th Avenue in South Sacramento. And I know that there were many residents that really enjoyed it. I think that outreach piece is always hard. I know that Trustee Rose and we were out there door knocking and canvas that whole street so that folks know that we were bringing this into the neighborhoods. But I do think a big part of it is just about really cultural change in the neighborhood as well. I think there are a lot of lessons learned that we can take. I actually believe this pilot was more beneficial than harmful. And so just kudos to you and your team, and really hoping we can take those lessons learned to move forward, right? And to figure out what else we can do to really improve walkability and make sure that, you know, folks drive slower, right? And that's a big part of this project. And again, thank you, Jennifer, just for all your great work and your heart and hustle, you know, to do this pilot program. I'm really looking forward to our work ahead. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Vang. You know, this is not only about congestion, it's also about climate. And I think maybe one way to approach the future here around safe streets is to make sure that we are analyzing this and also expanding it in either this form or in another form. Councilmember Harris has an important perspective here in terms of bike lanes, which are, you know, another form of safe streets. I know it's different, but that when we do our early 2022 transportation workshop as a full city council around how to meet our 2030 carbon zero goal, because we're gonna at least lay out scenarios that show us what it would take to get there. This ought to be part of the conversation, because if it does not start in the neighborhoods with changing our basic patterns of getting around within our neighborhoods, then the big stuff isn't going to be as successful either. So let's incorporate this. And this is for Jennifer Venema as well, who I know is watching, and Jennifer Dunlop together, and all of us, the Jennifers, together with our team here. Let's make sure we keep this strategy front and center when it comes to transportation mitigation around our climate plan. And we're going to be discussing all that intensively in 2022 through a series of workshops. Thank you. Great work. Yeah. Are we good? Okay.
Mayor, I do have two hands raised to make comments on this item.
Oh, let's hear from the two hands. Okay.
The first one is from Saba.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. It's Deb Banks here. I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates, SABA, and I live in Councilman Guerra's district. The Slow and Active Streets pilot was created in response to the pandemic with goals to increase walking, cycling, and getting fresh air, all for health reasons, and to slow speeding in neighborhoods. The pilot evaluations showed that 60% of people responded to the surveys were in favor, and another 17 were neutral. So only a quarter of the respondents were against the pilot. We think that's a success. Slowing drivers and creating comfortable places to walk, bike, and scoot were the most important issues raised by respondents, both which help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase safety for all road users. While the Slow and Active Streets was only a pilot, it gave people a chance to experience their streets in a slightly different manner, not just as pavement only to be used for speeding vehicles. And yes, while slowing streets seemed expensive as a pilot, it is by far the least expensive intervention to implement among all the climate goals facing the city. We all probably know that the COP26 just wrapped up convening in Scotland, but you might not know that SABA, along with 350 other organizations, signed an open letter calling on governments to boost global cycling levels. Our joint message was simple. The world needs much more cycling if we're to combat the climate issue. So we think our pilot here was a success. And a silver lining was that we had a great collaboration that came out of it called Project Activate Meadowview, a gathering of organizations bringing resources to the community members with support from Councilmember Mai Vang, Trustee Chinral Rhodes, and a number of other community partners. So we appreciate that you took a chance with the pilot, and we recommend that you raise bike and ped infrastructure to the top of the climate change implementation. Please don't underestimate the power of the bicycle. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Robert Copeland.
Hi, I want to say some of the streets in Midtown are dangerous for pedestrians and cars, because I've seen a lot of wrecks by where I live at over at 18th and K. I almost got hit on 18th and L Street walking to a grocery outlet, and a friend of mine actually got hit by a car. She got banged up a little bit, but her wheelchair was destroyed. So some of the busier streets in Sacramento, you cannot do a slow streets. They need a reduced speed. And also, I've seen people go wrong way on a one-way street. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, I have no more speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you again, Jennifer. Excellent job, you and your team, getting us started and showing us what's possible. And let's go. Let's go forward. We will. All right, members, let's now move to the second to last discussion item of the evening. And this is the Department of Utilities Storm Drainage System and Fee Update.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Bill Busaith, Department Director of the Department of Utilities for the City of Sacramento. Tonight, I'll take about 10 minutes to present a storm drainage system overview, including some of the challenges that we're facing, and most importantly, an overview of our proposed storm drainage funding measure. This is an informational item, but of course, I'll be happy to answer questions and appreciative of any council input. Next, Tyler. The city storm drainage system is a network of storm drains, pipelines, levees, channels, streams, detention basins, and pump stations that work together to collect and convey stormwater. Stormwater enters the system through an inlet and is conveyed by pipes to a pump station and then pumped into a creek or river. As you can see from the graphic, flooding can occur in three ways. One, from a plugged or undersized inlet or main, two, from a pump station failure, and three, from a levee failure. Most systems in the state and country do not have these final two flooding risks. Next. Here's a map of the drainage basins in the city of Sacramento. Each one of these colored areas represents a drainage basin, which is a geographical area where stormwater is collected and conveyed into the storm drainage system. There are almost 140 of these basins, and most include at least one pump station. The brown area in the center of the map is the combined system, where wastewater and storm drainage are conveyed in one system of pipes and pumps. Next. In 1993, City Council adopted our storm drainage system levels of service, which would prevent street flooding, as you see in the picture on the left, street flooding above the top of the curb for a 10-year storm event, and prevent structure flooding during a 100-year storm event. As you know, we just had a historic storm, and there was some property damage. Frankly, I would have expected more, but the system and our employees performed well. The facts that we had not had any rain for 242 days prior to the storm, and that the rivers and creeks were low, made the flooding less significant than it otherwise would have been. The storm did reveal significant vulnerabilities in our system. Next. Major storm drainage system assets include, as you can see, 105 pump stations, almost 850 miles of pipeline, over 80 detention basins, almost 60 miles of levees, and over 70 miles of streams and channels, all which need to be operated and maintained and improved and upgraded. Next. We also have significant assets in the combined system, which include Sump 1, Sump 2, the combined wastewater treatment plant, Pioneer Reservoir, and 5 underground storage vaults. The latest of which, or the newest of which, is the McKinley Vault, which performed so well in the recent storms and reduced significantly the amount of flooding that there would have been in that area. Next. State and federal regulations have significantly increased since 1996, requiring the Department of Utilities to develop and implement new programs and conduct additional activities. This is a good depiction of the relative difference in our regulatory burden between 1996 and now. Next. Another one of our challenges is aging and undersized aspects of our system. 40% of our drainage basins have been master planned, which has yielded a backlog of about $240 million in necessary capital improvements. Master planning the rest of the basins will yield a commensurate addition to this backlog. Next. Other system challenges, as you see, the fact that we have a pumped system, or largely pumped, versus most of the systems in the state and nation. The significant amount of levee maintenance that we need to do, flood fighting, cleanup and relocation and repairs from encampments, and lack of funding for our CIPs. Next. As you know, in May of 2020, the city auditor presented findings from the audit on our storm drainage fund. Assuming no rate adjustments and a very little capital improvements per year, the auditor found that our funds will fall below the 120-day working capital goal by FY26. The fund is forecasted to go negative by FY30. That the system is our drainage system, including the combined system, is valued at approximately $8.1 billion. And that a best practices capital program would be at least $34 million annually. These findings were not unexpected. The reality is that we're spending much more than $250,000 in our capital program with just what we consider a crucial capital program. And so at the rate that we're investing currently, which is not anywhere near adequate, we will reach a 120-day working capital deficit much sooner than FY26, and our fund is forecasted to go negative much sooner than FY30. Next. And so the city has been working on a new proposed storm drainage fee, which would generate another $20 million in revenue each year. You can see the main benefits that the money would be used for, including improving our aging infrastructure, appropriate maintenance on streams and channels, and protecting our source water. Next. This fee, the structure of this fee splits the categories into residential and non-residential. Residential fees are split into two customer classes, single family and multifamily. Each of those classes are split into 3 separate tiers for high density, medium density, and low density. For a property-related fee of this type, it's customary to group residential properties into tiers based on property size and density. For each customer tier, the average square footage within that tier is used to calculate the flat monthly fee by multiplying the average gross square footage by an impervious surface coefficient, and then by an annual rate of just under 2 cents per square foot per year. And you can see the proposed monthly fees for each of those customer classes. Next. On the non-residential side, properties are assessed based on parcel size multiplied by that same impervious surface area coefficient, which was developed by the state. You can see these impervious surface coefficients, or ICSs, on the table here. And then also multiplying that by the same, a little less than 2 cents per square foot per year. As an example, if a commercial property was 15,000 or 53,000 gross square feet, which is about 1.2 acres, the proposed fee would be that gross square footage times 0.86, which is the ICS for that category, times the, again, just under 2 cents per square foot for a $900 fee annually or a $75 fee monthly for that property. I'd like to mention that I'll just remind council that we have a rate assistance program, which currently does not include storm drainage rate. If the measure moves forward and passes, we would expect to be directed by council to include the storm drainage rate in the program. We'll be bringing an information item to council before the end of the year to discuss some proposed modification to the rate assistance program that we believe will make it more sustainable. Next slide. Proposition 218, as you know, requires a mail-in ballot election to approve any new storm drainage fee. We have been waiting for the results of our second customer survey on the proposed drainage measure to decide whether or not finally to move forward with the ballot initiative. Those results are in, and as you can see from this slide, the results are very favorable. 66% of the respondents said that they would probably or definitely vote yes for this measure. This was an increase from the first survey that was done, where about 54% of residential only customers said that they would support the measure. This is based on about 1,200 respondents for this second survey. With these positive results, we've received the go-ahead from the city manager's office to move forward with our storm drainage funding measure. Next slide. The schedule for the measure is as shown on the next two slides. As you can see, we're right now at the item on November 16th, which is the city council overview. Tomorrow we will be presenting to the URAC for the fourth time on this issue. On November 29th, we're planning on mailing the Prop 218 protest mailer. We plan on doing 6 community workshops, 3 in December. There you see on the 3rd, 8th, and 16th. Next slide. And another 3 webinars on January 7th, 10th, and 26th. These will be focused on community stakeholders, neighborhood associations, and the public at large will be invited to these webinars. In January, we'll have the URAC rate hearing. And then also in January, we will be seeking final approval from council to move forward with the ballot initiative in late January or early February. Given that approval, we will move forward with the ballot election, which will be in February and March. Given a successful outcome, we will be returning in April to City Council to adopt the rate which we hope would be effective on July 1st. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions or receive any comments.
Bill, want to thank you for your presentation and your hard work. This ain't the sexy stuff, but it is as important as anything else that we do here. Not only its impact on ratepayers, but the importance of maintaining a quality, safe, healthy utility system. And so thank you for such an organized presentation and for laying out the process and the timeline. Do we have members of the public that want to testify in this before we hear from the city council? This is not a vote tonight. This is just to provide feedback to our Department of Utilities. Do we have public testimony?
Mayor, I show no hands raised to make public comment on this item.
Okay, let's hear from the members then. I start first with Councilmember Harris, then Councilmember Vang.
Thank you, Mayor. The idea of raising utility rates is never appealing, but we have to face facts in our city that our infrastructure is aging, deteriorating, and we do not have a fund to replace or make the necessary repairs. That's just the way it is, that this council and previous councils really haven't put aside a large sum of money, I mean many, many millions of dollars, to be able to repair our roads and our pipes. And so we're always up against this. We ran up against this but with the water meter program. The fact of the matter is, a utility rate increase at this juncture is the only way to be able to affect good stormwater maintenance in our city. We did bond and invest in the McKinley Water Vault, which turned out to be, I think, a tremendously good investment. But we still face the idea that with such a modest capital improvement program, as Bill said, we're going to run out of money in about 2023, 24. And because we're spending more than $250,000 a year on essential projects, we're basically running to zero very quickly. I think that we just really need to support this. I know that I certainly do. I think that our water committee, which has heard this item on 3 occasions, are all in support of the Department of Utilities affecting these very necessary repairs to our stormwater system. And I appreciate the work that they've done. I appreciate all the engineers. I certainly appreciate all the workers on that historic 500-year storm. How they managed the stormwater in our city on that day, that 24-hour dump of 5.4 inches of rain, was really pretty remarkable. I've praised them before, but they deserve it. They had to make a lot of decisions about moving water out of our city and into the river. It was complex. It was difficult. They did a great job. And I really hope that the voters will agree with me that we need to focus on basic infrastructure. It's very important. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jeff. Councilman Harris. Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Bill and all our DOU staff just for your hard work on this. And really based, as you saw from the presentation, based on the first survey and the second follow-up survey from FM3, the survey results are really positive. I also just want to take this opportunity to thank Councilmember Harris just for his leadership on water in the city. As a new council member and on the water committee, I've also learned that, as a city, we've really kicked the can down the road. And if we don't invest in our infrastructure, it's going to cost us more in the long run. Our storm drainage system is up to 100 years old, right? We heard from Councilmember Harris and from Bill that we have aging pipelines, so we got to do everything we can. I mean, at the end of the day, this is really about quality of life, right? Making sure we provide safe, clean water for future droughts and emergency. So without any investment, we really do increase our risk for polluting our rivers and our water sources. And I really look forward to working with staff to educate our community and voters out there why this is incredibly important and to make sure that it becomes a reality. So again, I just want to send a heartfelt thank you to Bill and all of the staff for their hard work on this issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Vang. So maybe a little bit more, I just want to hear a little bit more about what we're hearing from the public at this early stage, Bill. And maybe it's through the members of the city council here, but whether or not, what we're hearing, aside from the opinion poll that you referenced in your presentation.
So what I can say, Mayor, is that we've done a lot of outreach to key stakeholders, like the business community, like some of the our local unions. And we've received, again, as Councilmember Harris mentioned, nobody jumps up and down and says, yeah, we want a rate adjustment. But they all have been supportive. They all understand the need. We really have received very little negative feedback as we have reached out to significant stakeholders in the city. We will get a better feel when we do our workshops, what kind of questions and comments we get. But we feel like the survey that was done that was sent out to both residential and non-residential customers, meaning residential and commercial customers, and the positive results that we got back is, again, just a very favorable sign that there is support for this in the city.
Okay. Thank you. Again, was there any public testimony, Madam Clerk?
I have no public testimony on this item.
Okay, so we have been briefed, and the public has been briefed now with a lot more to come. So thank you very much, Bill.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, members, let's get to the last discussion item of the night, which is an item that I asked to be placed on the agenda. And again, if there's any question about how things get on the agenda, we always work to, of course, accommodate members. I know I do. I know the city manager does. The mayor, under the city charter, does have the right unilaterally to place a measure on the ballot. So, don't have a lot of power, but this is one authority that I can exercise, and I use it in a sparing way. But when I think something is important and worthy of council discussion, I bring something forward, and that's exactly what I'm doing tonight. I'd ask you to indulge me for about 10 minutes. It shouldn't take longer than that, and then open a discussion. And let me say that I deliberately did not bring this to the city council for a vote tonight. I didn't even bring this to the Law and Ledge Committee, of course, which would have been the proper way to ask for a vote or to have this moved. I do intend to bring this to the Law and Legislation Committee. But I want to do this in a thoughtful way, in a way that engages you, in a way that engages the community and the various stakeholders, and to always, of course, act with urgency, which is what this whole issue is about. But at the same time, do it in a way that leads to a better result for us. And that's all this is about, a better result when it comes to unsheltered homelessness and reaching the goals of what we all are working so hard to achieve faster and more successfully. So let me just give you the backdrop of what this is and try to answer your questions ahead of time, anticipating what I know some of the questions may be. First of all, let me just say this. The words of this ordinance and the words of any ordinance obviously are crucial and matter, and the details matter, and that's what a process, Law and Ledge, the city council, community outreach will be about. Beyond the actual words of the ordinance, our actions and our policies also send strong signals to both the public and the private sector. And what is the current signal that we are sending? Certainly one signal is that we are all working very hard and we're trying very hard. all of the members and all of the city staff. Howard Chan has taken this on with a vengeance, and his team has. And I'm deeply appreciative of that. And so when I speak about systemic failures, I'm not talking about individuals, because we're all part of this, including me. I'm talking about the systems and the laws and what inhibits progress. And so ask yourself this as we consider the questions laid before you tonight. Do you think we would have gotten as far as we have gotten on homelessness over the last 4 years without a strong push? Do you believe we will get to where we want to go without a further strong push, even stronger than our current push? Do you believe that the current laws and systems provide that push that is necessary to provide relief for people suffering on the streets and for our communities, your communities, which are suffering as well? What is the systems problem and the law problem to which I refer? In some ways, it's very simple. And homelessness is a complicated subject, and there are many causes. But this is the part that to me often gets ignored. When it comes to building housing, and I define housing in this ordinance as permanent housing with temporary shelter, including safe ground, as sometimes a necessary part of a pathway to permanent housing. Everything that government, whether it's city government, county government, state government, does around the building of housing and or shelter is voluntary and optional. There is nothing required, nothing. And I think we reap what we sow. I often say, name another area of major public concern where everything that we're asked to do is voluntary or optional. It's not optional to provide utilities. We just talked about that. It's not optional to provide a free public education for our kids and we build the schools. It's not optional to meet ever increasing percentages of renewable energy as a state mandate. Housing is like as close to a life necessity as there is. And yet our requirement, society's requirement, government's requirement to provide it to our people in some form is an option. But for your push, the city might not even be in this business, and where would we be? Now, I have great hope. We're working well with the county. We're developing these partnerships. We're going ahead with a number of projects, some big announcements, to come in the weeks ahead. The seeds are planted. But the law now and down the line still says you can go as fast as you want, you can go as slow as you want to implement, for example, the comprehensive siting plan, which you and I and we adopted at a 9-0 vote on August the 10th. And so I believe our city ought to lead with the right caveats and the right off-ramps, because after all, we are just one city. We're not the state, and we don't have all the money, and I'm going to address that in a moment. But I believe that the public policy of our city should be clear, and that the law should say that everybody lives indoors, because that's what's safe, healthy, and dignified. And that is not our policy. It is not our policy. We accommodate this. We're frustrated by it. We allow it. We are trying, but our public policy is not driving that change. It's your, including our staff's extraordinary efforts to try to make things happen. And where the law requires you to do something, the systems adapt over time, and we make greater progress. And so what I say in this ordinance, I'm not going to read it all, obviously, I'm just going to highlight it, is that it shall be the public policy of the city of Sacramento that everyone lives indoors. This ordinance establishes that it is the government's obligation to provide housing for every Sacramento resident who was once unhoused here and is now unsheltered. It will also establish that it is the obligation of those who are unsheltered to come indoors when they are offered several safe and dignified alternatives. The vast majority of people will say yes. The ordinance continues with findings, including the very crucial finding for those who believe that this is not a housing problem, but it's a mental health and substance abuse problem. And of course, it is both. It's never one or the other. The city cannot mandate treatment. The city does not provide treatment. Housing or shelter, but housing is the best proxy we have to give people living with these chronic health conditions the best chance to get better. Simply put, we cannot provide mental health treatment. The county cannot provide mental health treatment or substance abuse treatment to people who are living under the freeway or living on the river or living in any of these disparate tent encampments throughout our entire community. Housing gives somebody a chance to get the help they need. The ordinance continues with the obvious findings that we all know, that this is life and death, that people live decades less when they're chronically homeless. It recites the impacts on our communities, which are profound. This is what you and we are living with, and we're desperate to do better and to provide relief to not only the people suffering, but to all of our constituents. We did pass the comprehensive siting plan, which arguably committed us to providing over 5,000 beds, roofs, and spaces. We did not define a timeline. And frankly, there hasn't been a timeline that has been articulated that we can get our arms around. This would provide the beginnings of a timeline. Let me go to the ordinance itself. First of all, the ordinance defines housing as permanent dwelling, a house or apartment or a hotel room, a converted hotel room, Project Home Key, which we now, as Ms. Dozier said to us this afternoon, we've got 3 live projects and more to come because the comprehensive siting plan asks for 6, at least 6 in our city. And so some critics, and I'm sure you'll hear from them tonight, say, well, this is just an excuse to put people in temporary shelter and not focus on permanent housing. That's not the goal. Because we go on to say that temporary shelter only meets the definition if the city identifies a path, an actual path for permanent housing. So that has to be part of the commitment and the plan. And will drive us towards building more housing, again, if it's a requirement. How do we define unsheltered city resident? Because I don't want this ordinance to be a magnet or one city for others to come into the city because, oh my God, now there's a right to housing. So the right would only apply to a person who is living unsheltered in the city and was housed in Sacramento for at least 1 year before subsequently becoming unhoused. You have to have lived housed for at least a year in order to qualify. So people who come here saying, whoa, there's a new right here, they would not benefit. How do we peg the right and the requirement? I would love it if we had a right to housing that was forever and that everyone was housed, because I don't believe housing should just be an economic commodity. I think it's a life necessity and ought to be a right, but I start smaller. The right is centered on the implementation of the comprehensive siting plan, or at least the numbers in the plan, which are over 5,000 beds, roofs, and spaces for the 21 sites, plus the programmatic strategies, the motels, the vouchers, and the other items that we have all worked on together. You're sitting here, I know it. I'm going to hear it. I'm going to hear it from college. Well, the city can't do this on its own. How the heck are we going to afford this? And let me say 2 things. I have 2 motivations. Number 1, I want to prod us and each other to go faster and further together. And 2, I would like the right to housing to be a statewide model and for this idea to spread beyond Sacramento to other parts of the state. Because I believe that in every city and in our state, we're going to make great progress with the unprecedented financial investments that the governor and the legislature have provided. But we're only going to go so far unless we are driven by law to do even better than we are currently doing. But recognizing we're one city, I wrote a big out here. And this is the out. The City Council shall hold a full public hearing in October 2022 to assess the city's progress towards meeting the housing goals of the comprehensive plan. If the council concludes that the city and its jurisdictional partners have made substantial progress in meeting the intent and numerical housing goals of the comprehensive siting plan, the council shall consider voting to continue the effective date of this ordinance beyond January 1, 2023. In other words, we get to the fall and we say, we're making great progress, then you can extend the date. And by the way, if somebody wanted to suggest an amendment when we get to Law and Ledge or tonight that says, if the city does not receive more federal and state money to be able to go farther, then the effective date must be extended, I'd be fine with that too. Because I want to tell you where my head is at money-wise. I am not for using the general fund of the city of Sacramento to backstop this requirement. I'm not. I'm for fighting for more federal money, more state money. I'm for building up our housing trust fund through our general fund. But I'm not for the general fund backstopping this, because that would be unfair. And it would crowd out youth and all the other things that we are doing in our city. But that's a big off-ramp, but still provides the motivation and the prod and the legal prod to move forward with greater urgency. How would this actually work? Very simply, after January 1, 2023, or whenever the effective date would be, an individual is unhoused who meets the criteria, had been housed in the city for at least a year, could file a claim with the city or its designee. The city would have 10 days to say, yes, you qualify, we're going to find you a home and or a temporary place to live with a plan to find you a home. Or we're going to say, no, you don't qualify. The individual, if they're turned down, could go to Superior Court in Sacramento and seek a court order saying the court would not be able to award damages, none of that. Simply say, city, you must find a place for this individual to live. Simple process, bare litigation, but right to the point, specific performance. How is the person who's otherwise qualified? Then we get to it's all controversial, the second part of it, the obligation to accept shelter and housing. I understand the fear, maybe of some advocates, maybe of some members, that really this is just a hidden way to deal with the tent encampment issue and to clean up the city. Okay, I wrote this. I have a pretty long track record of leading from the heart, the Voluntary Mental Health Services Act, the Comprehensive Siting Plan, all the work we are doing together. My motive is not to make life harder for people. It's to get people indoors, because I think living outdoors in these tent encampments is horrible. Think about women who are exploited, who are victimized, sexual assault. You think about the drugs, you think about the living condition. And the law says that that's okay from both a government responsibility perspective, and then the individual shouldn't be living outdoors. But I recognize this is controversial, but the city, to some of my colleagues, I know Councilmember Harris, I wasn't on last week, but talked about wanting to have a council discussion on enforcement policies. We have no clarity currently on Martin v. Boise. I don't care what anyone says. The city attorney's done a great job. The FAQs are out there. I'm sorry. Everybody has a different interpretation of what we can and can't do. And this ordinance, which includes an obligation for people to accept the housing, I think provides reasonable and smart guidance on that question. And here's what it says, that if the city offers somebody two real options, because I hear, some people are ready for permanent housing. Some people can't live in congregate shelter. Some people aren't ready to go indoors, period, which is why Councilmember Valenzuela's, effort and leadership establishing safe ground is so important, right? Because we have to continue to maintain that option. That we have to offer people multiple alternatives with a multidisciplinary approach with a trauma-informed approach to help navigate people off the streets. And if they don't accept it after work and months and Bridget Dean in the lead, the ordinance says no police, DCR only. And the philosophy and teams that Bridget is setting up. If the person refuses after long period of time, and maybe we need to define it in the ordinance, then the simple remedy is not criminalization, it's not civil penalties, it's none of that. It's simply to say you can't camp where you are currently camping. You can't do it because we have to have the ability to have a cleaner and safer city as well. But that obligation only kicks in if we have created the capacity through the right to be able to offer people at least two alternatives. And we can do it as a city and we can do it geographically, as the ordinance suggests. And then finally, I write that when we build these facilities, whatever they are, we ought to give the city manager the right to set up a no camping zone around the homeless facilities. You see what's happening with I think that internally the safe ground at 6th and W and X has been a big success. But there isn't enough of it around the city. And you see what's happening around it, it's a problem. So we want to make sure that we have, quote, good neighbor policies with everything we do. That is the ordinance. And I want to conclude again with the essence and the motivation for this. You passed a siting plan. We passed a siting plan on August 10th. Nothing requires it to be implemented in any time frame or with any of the numbers you committed to. Do we have a timeline for implementation? What is your vision for what this should look like in 6 months, in 12 months, and 2 years from now? Between the comprehensive siting plan and an ordinance which turns public policy on its head and says in a reasonable way, we ought to require ourselves to do what we want to do, what we intend to do. I believe we have the best chance to have our city genuinely commit to a path that gives us the best chance to actually move the needle. Because that's what we want. And that's what the community is demanding. And I think and it's not just our city, I've suggested this statewide, as you know, but we have to start somewhere with the appropriate off-ramps and protections because we're just one city. But more money, good intentions, humanitarian impulses are not enough. They must be matched with a public policy that requires we do what we all know is necessary. And if you believe that, then we ought to be able to work together to craft something that is meaningful here. And if you have another idea about how we can achieve greater progress, then of course, you've got a welcome ear in me as you put your idea or ideas forward. So thank you for the opportunity to explain to you why I'm taking up your time and the community's time in trying to drive harder because, like you, I want to move the needle here. And I don't think we're moving the needle fast enough. Okay, let's hear from the public.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 20 callers signed up to speak. The first is Lilith. Lilith, if you'll unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
Thank you. So yeah, they have a word for that, Mayor. It's called a kennel. You're treating people like fucking animals, and a right to housing is actually, looks like eviction moratoriums, and it looks like communities not being held hostage by their landlords because the rent's increasing. And like, why would you need to coerce people into this situation if it was actually a good situation? See, I've been unhoused for quite a long time in this city, and I've been in a lot of these programs. I've been a youth in the city for like the last 5 years, and had to navigate that whole fucking program myself. And I've been offered PSH, and all I gotta say is, they tell you straight up, permanent supportive housing is not permanent. And they are also at the whims of landlords that you let run rampant in this city. And yeah, you guys could do a lot better just giving people money and like not giving it directly to people in need and not to these poverty pimps, because like why would you need to stop somebody from being This is coercion. That's all I got to say. And I know the mayor still has lots to learn on the basics of consent, but you wouldn't need to force people to do that if it felt like it was going to be a safe option for them. And yeah, the city does create a path, and it's like literally one path. It's your way or the highway. So that's like really that's actually not giving people an option. So go fuck yourself for twisting up my words. And yeah, sincerely from the bottom of my fucking heart, Mayor Steinberg, please go fuck yourself.
Next speaker is Joseph Smith.
Hi, Mayor, Council, Joseph Smith, the Advocacy Director with Loaves and Fishes. While we share the mayor's desire to ensure everyone has a home, we cannot support the right to housing ordinance as it's written. The ordinance does not include a plan for housing. Currently, there are thousands of folks living on the streets of Sacramento, and there's very little housing for anyone. Most of the newer projects have been announced lately for almost entirely market rate housing. We need a plan for many thousands of permanent supportive housing and income-based housing units before we evoke an ordinance about having the right to housing. The ordinance states that people will be offered two options for shelter, and they must choose one. Everyone's different with different needs. Shelter is not a one-size-fits-all product. People deserve the opportunity to select from a wide range of options and pick the one that best meets their needs. It says that if a person does not choose either of the options presented to them, they will not be criminalized or fined, but they would be told they cannot remain where they are. This is vague. Where will they go? What will be offered to them? Who will and how will they be compelled to move? Housing must start with a plan to build homes. Homes must be affordable to unhoused people, people on the brink of homelessness, or simply living in poverty due to low wages and high rental prices. We look forward to working with the mayor and the community to make that dream a reality. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jenna Abbott.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jenna Abbott, and I'm the Executive Director for the River District. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on this ordinance, this proposed ordinance. Well, the concept in theory is a good one. The River District has a number of concerns. First among them is the fear that this ordinance will not positively affect those experiencing homelessness in the River District. As you are all aware, the River District currently is host to 849 units of sheltering, including congregate units, permanent supportive housing, a Project Room Key hotel, and numerous other social services, as well as 189 units of very low income housing in the Cannery Place apartments. We will soon also be opening Mirasol Village, which will add another 450 plus minus units of low income housing within our 1.25 square mile boundary. I think it would be very hard to argue that the River District has not been doing its part. We have, in fact, been carrying the water on homeless sheltering and affordable housing for the region for the past 30 years. Sadly, despite the River District's stock of housing options, we continue to struggle with large and entrenched street camps. Many of the folks in these camps are the hardest to serve. Many have AOD issues, and more than a few are criminals who prey on the rest of the campers. To that end, it has been our long experience that the housing options in the River District are not filled with people from our streets, but rather with those who are easier to house, who were pulled from other areas. While we generally support the concept being put forward, we have a trust issue with you, one that has been fueled by 30 years of broken promises by the city and the county. In reading the proposed ordinance, my overall reaction was the feeling that we will again be left out, that our problems will not be addressed. Unless you think we are being nimbious, I would remind you that for 30 years we have been a good partner with you, taking on one new thing after another that you, our elected officials in both the city and the county, have promised would solve this very nuanced problem. And for 30 years, we have been disappointed. Trust me when I tell you that no one wants the homeless housed more than we do. Our cost has been incredibly high, as we have lost many a good business over our inability to convey to you the magnitude of the challenges that our stakeholders face. Tonight, unfortunately, we are uncomfortable with the proposal as
Thank
written.
you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, asking our stakeholders to wait till at least 2023 for any kind of relief is adding insult to injury.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Steve Blanton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Steve Blanton. I'm the executive director for the Power In Alliance, and I share many of the concerns voiced by the previous speaker, Ms. Abbott. In looking at the ordinance, we appreciate the fact that we're dealing with this issue. It is something that needs to be dealt with in a sense of urgency. In our district, we certainly have lots of unhoused individuals, and as you're probably aware, there was recently a homicide in our area as well. As far as the proposed ordinance itself, enforcement, we would suggest that we need a stronger measure to be able to encourage people to accept the housing that's being offered to them. I appreciate the mayor's words on the lawsuit, but as I read the staff report, it seemed as though we were inviting lawsuits, not sort of making it just open to an immediate remedy. So that would be something that we would look forward to that being addressed at the law and ledge section. The residency part of it, while I certainly understand that, I think that needs to be developed further. It seems a bit difficult to pin down or cumbersome when you're dealing with someone that is homeless. How do they prove that they've been a resident and for what length of time? And lastly, we've been working very closely with our Councilmember Guerra to develop a plan for facilities in our area. And to date, we really haven't seen much progress on that. I know Councilmember Guerra's worked very hard to bring this to fruition. And so we would urge that as a part of this discussion that we begin to open up facilities, even if they're just temporary drive-in facilities, not only in our area, but throughout the city. This is really at a peak of crisis right now. So thank you for your attention and for your willingness to deal with this issue.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Jamison Parker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Jamison Parker with the Midtown Association. We're a property-based improvement district here in the central city. I want to start by thanking everyone for keeping this topic as the priority for our city and council. It's the number one issue that we hear from our stakeholders on a daily basis. So it's important that we continue to drive towards solutions that help individuals experiencing homelessness find a path into a place of stability and support. To demonstrate really the dire need in our community, I want to share some stats from Midtown. We're consistently seeing an increase in safety-related calls for service. From the Q3 of 2019 to the Q3 of 2021, we've experienced a 30% increase in activity. As the council and the city continues this discussion on the potential ordinance, I wanted to share some feedback that we've gained from our stakeholders so far. As the ordinance seems to be tied to the comprehensive siting plan and the priority sites outlined in that plan, there is some concern that if the sites end up not being viable or aren't feasible by 2023, this may limit the implementation of this ordinance. In addition, the ordinance suggests that individuals within 500 feet of the housing be required to accept services or shelter being offered. We suggest that once there is enough shelter capacity in the city, that the city drives towards bringing all individuals into respite, no matter the proximity to shelter. As Midtown brought up during the siting comprehensive plan, outreach and coordination have to be a priority. The city needs to find a path to allow coordination with nonprofits and organizations that serve the homeless population in our neighborhoods and where sites are being located and making sure there's a proper capacity for those individuals doing that outreach. We know that this is the beginning of the conversation, that we look forward to working with the mayor and council and staff as this gets developed of this potential ordinance and being responsive to the needs of the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Mark Marin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to raise some concerns with you. I sent in a couple written comments because I think the question of what does Martin versus Boise require is an important one if you're considering any kind of enforcement mechanism. I think that we have a very recent decision from Senior Judge Morrison England. It's Warren versus City of Chico. Chico tried to do something very similar to what you're suggesting, and that is giving homeless people who are living outside in Chico an opportunity to move to an area designated for them. It was a tarmac of an airport, and Morrison England interpreted Martin versus Boise to require that shelter be indoor shelter. That would mean that tents and cars and RVs and space for people to set up their tents will not be adequate under Martin versus Boise to constitute shelter. And therefore, you will not be able to develop an enforcement mechanism that penalizes in any way people who are living someplace that you don't want them to be when they refuse to accept that alternative that's presented to them. Therefore, what we really need is to focus on housing, public housing. Instead of thinking about all the different ways of structuring this ordinance, you should be thinking about how to build housing, public housing, how to leverage the money to provide that real alternative for people in permanent and supportive housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Copeland.
Hi, I was at the Law Ledge Committee. Several people could not speak on one of the agenda items. I hope that's not happening at this agenda item. One, a shelter is not housing. Whether it's a sprung shelter, tent, safe parking, that's not housing. We need affordable, accessible housing. Another point is you cannot force somebody indoors. You have to get their trust. We need housing now. And the city council has failed us for years. Even the Kevin Johnson, when he was mayor, he failed us. Mayor Steinberg, the buck is going to stop with you. If this fails, you're getting a blame for it. This is one of the worst plans I have ever seen the city council do. Some of the shelters, Capitol Park Hotel, that place was falling apart. I knew a person that lived there for years. The Railroad Drive shelter was a failure. And let's say you get one person that's in a wheelchair and she gets offered two choices, but they can't accept both of them because they're upstairs. How are you going to work on that? And my last point is get your act together. And as far as the person from the River District, she damn well knows that the Nassau Village was also an SHRA complex. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Greg Wilson. Greg Wilson, if you'll unmute. Next speaker is Erica J.
Hi, Mayor and council members. I just want to say that I do not support this at all. I think this is a scary and disturbing proposal. I have a lot of concerns about it. Two things I want to point out is that today there was a report given in the Law and Ledge meeting and the Housing Authority meeting that there are already over 3,000 residents who have received some quote unquote some type of notice. These notices are not, hey, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good during the pandemic notices. No, these are notices that prep for the beginning of evictions. We need more data on that. This is just a Band-Aid. We need housing. We need an inclusionary housing ordinance back. It's just that you don't have the will to do it. Housing developers own Sacramento. They own you all. They own Eric. They own you, Daryl. They own you guys. And we need the will of the people. We're going to have to do that. This is not a solution. We have people, there's no oversight of our housing programs right now in Sacramento. We have a formerly unhoused person in an SSHH program right now who is being asked to pay double rent because the housing manager was stealing the rent money and he's still being paid, like being held responsible for it. Like these are all situations that set people up to get them back out on the streets. And they're happening every day. This is not the solution. At WX Street Shelter, you guys are paying $5,000 a head for a person. Why not pay $1,500 a month and get someone an apartment? Please listen to what people are saying tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Maria Elena.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you for this time this evening. So what we've heard tonight, we've all looked at the report. What we've heard tonight is for 3 decades, the city of Sacramento has failed its residents, and private investors are eating up our housing opportunities, and they are hindering our housing development. We know that our unhoused neighbors that go into your programs or your poverty partnerships, shall we call them, are being abused. And it's either you deal with it or you don't have housing and you go back to being on the streets. And in some cases, that might be safer for people. And that's pretty sad. And Mr. Steinberg, you sat here this evening and talked about all the great things you do. And I've read the Harvard reports and I've looked at what you've done with regards to mental health and incarceration. And I got to say, even in Sacramento, and I know you're not county, your city, but the mental health court isn't helping the people who need it the most. And finally, your statement that mental health and homelessness goes hand in hand. I don't know if you can remember the reports you've read, but actually people develop mental health issues because they are unhoused. So please, all of you, do better. Thank you. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Nikki Paschal.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Nikki Pascal, District 4. This proposal is problematic because it reinforces misconceptions that the problem with homelessness is people not coming inside, when the real problems are the astronomical cost of housing, massive income inequality, and decades of systemic racism. Moving vulnerable people from sidewalk to sidewalk doesn't solve these problems. In 2017, the point in time count estimated 3,600 people experienced homelessness on a given night in the county. And by some estimates, that number is now 10 or 11,000. Let's be clear, that didn't happen because people are refusing housing. It happened because our government failed for decades to provide enough affordable housing, which allowed soaring rents to force people, families, and seniors in particular out of their homes. It happened because of the grotesque NIMBYism that for too long has stymied efforts to build both shelters and permanent affordable housing virtually anywhere in our city. And it's happened because of a seriously distorted economy of wage deflation and an inadequate safety net. Council members, I encourage you to look at the research of Dr. Margot Kuchel at UCSF, who's probably the state's foremost expert on homelessness. She's found that more than 90% of people who are considered the chronic, most difficult people to reach out to will accept offers of permanent homes. Just today, Dr. Kuchel was quoted about the Caltrans sweeps, and I think those comments are very appropriate here. Spending state money on harassing people who are struggling under the impacts of local, state, and federal policy failures is counterproductive. And we should be taking the perspective of the people who are affected. On that note, I want to echo the Sacramento Homeless Union, which has strenuously objected to this proposal. Let's focus on getting the 90% of folks who want to come inside, not criminalizing the small fraction of folks who aren't ready because of our failures. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Nikki Jones.
Well, hey, here tonight, and just want to highlight the way that this has been, trotted out across town. My dog's going to bark during this, so just a heads up. This is, while I appreciate the flowery comments, this is not a right to housing. There's been movements that have fought for decades for an actual and real right to housing. And a lot of other people have beautifully spoken about what that would really look like, what it would really take, and how this is just, miserably not it. We, simply said, besides what it would truly take to build a real right to housing for people, tents on the cement is not housing. A congregate shelter is not housing. You're using this language to portray a visage that's not there. It's not there. The substance is not there. It's in name and not in work only. People have talked about the mistrust you've built for years in the city by criminalizing, harassing the people who are pushed to live outside. You did not consult with people who live outside on this plan. You continue to operate in a top-down hierarchical strategy that leaves many behind and that will fail because it doesn't take into account, it does not listen to the voice of the people who are most impacted. This is a coercive strategy. There is coercion on so many fronts, the coercion to choose the options set forward by who? Who is choosing these options? Where are they coming from? What means are you using to qualify people's, what means tests are you using to qualify if they're homeless enough in Sacramento enough to have this right? It's so absurd. Literally, it's absurd. It's a coercion of bodily autonomy when you move people around, when you destroy their property, when you call it a cleanup, you whitewash the violence that you do. In these sweeps, and you're saying, well, let's just do these sweeps. And Mayor, you talked about months. Well, we've worked with people for months.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, your status quo is 3 days. So this is the obligation to accept is not the answer.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Keon Bliss.
Yes, couldn't agree more with Nikki's comments. And honestly, I want to ask each and every one of you on City Council to really think to yourselves for a moment, what recognizable human right have you ever, do you know exists in this world that comes with a legal obligation for you to exercise it and a legal consequence for you when you don't use it? I'm happy to wait because I live within within shelter and don't have to live on the street and struggle under the elements as over 11,000 people here in Sacramento County have to do, and especially here within the city. This is I've read through the ordinance, Mayor Steinberg, and and everything that I see described in here has nothing to do with the right to housing. As glad as I am that you recognize that people on the street deserve a right to housing, this isn't it. If anything, this is a duty to housing, because you're basically creating the same eviction mechanism that has existed in this city, the city has done for decades on end, with paltry results, making Sacramento one of with the worst homeless crisis that the region has seen, and created a completely unaffordable housing market that is among the worst within the nation. If you're serious about creating a right to housing, it needs to actually include people that live out on the streets. Because if there's one thing that I have learned in my years of advocacy, anything without us, about us is not for us. And that applies to the homeless folks that are living out in the street. So if you're not in direct conversation to determine what people need, like what housing people, like unhoused people actually need, then it's not about them. This is about the NIMBY property developers and property owners that just want to get the problem out of their sight because they care more about
Thank
their
you for your
property and
comments. Your
profit
time is complete. Will you make your final
than
comment,
human
please?
lives and well-being. I'm going to ask
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is PJ.
Yes, time and again, government has failed the unhoused. So why should they be the ones penalized if they are untrusting of what you provide now and subsequently turn it down? It always comes with conditions. It always is enforced in a punitive way, never an exploring way acknowledging past failures, never in a way that seeks to determine how government has failed and what they need to do moving forward to get unhoused folks to buy in. Why, after decades of failure, is the onus put on them? Why isn't it put on government? Why don't we have them give a report card of how their needs are being met or aren't being met? Documentation on areas where the system fails to meet their needs and make it untenable for them to buy into it and expect a modicum of respect and to have their needs met in a robust way. You keep going back to punishment as the motivating factor when it should be that government strives to try harder in the face of its failure to bring everyone inside. Stop trying to punish people into accepting services. Ensure the services are what they need and they'll gladly take them. I frequently go out and do mutual aid work where unhoused people congregate, and the only time that I've had the rare occurrence of someone rejecting what I am offering is when what I am offering is what they don't need. This isn't rocket science. I find out what they need and plan to come back with it if that is within my power. It really is that easy. You mentioned safe and dignified housing is to be provided by the government, but you don't mention whether it meets their needs. You don't provide measures of what that looks like to ensure they aren't being punished for governmental failures. Section 070 Part 1 should be adequate housing, with adequate housing defined as meeting the needs of the individual and a robust effort to mitigate any shortcomings on the government's part. We need housing. We need robust services. We do not need coercion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Moise, M-O-I-Z.
Hi, yes, Moise. I am a lifelong resident of District 6. Is this a right or is it a requirement? I strongly disagree with including language around obligation being put on vulnerable people who have yet to be given a reason to trust that offered services will, first of all, exist, are useful, do not cause harm to them, and are even accessible. Who is it a requirement of? Again, the onus and responsibility of addressing this issue should be on this city, not an obligation on the vulnerable. Yes, housing should be a right. This policy is not it, though. We have a pretty long track record as a city of directly causing harm and inflicting violence. Sweeps and clearing encampments are violence. First, provide and create those real options that you're talking about before coming with this obligation, because it is criminalization and violence. There's also that question of why do you need to create a requirement for yourself to do this? Requirement for yourself. You are the city council, you are the mayor, you have the power to create these solutions that you're talking about, setting as a requirement. Just do it. That concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Rose Cabral.
Hello, good evening, everyone. This is Rose Cabral from District 6. I 1,000,000% agree with the vision that everyone has a right to housing. Demanding that someone accept a home that does not work for them or forces them to move across town is not community-oriented or humane. The ordinance focuses too much on exactly how the people who need housing are supposed to act and demands things that we would not ask of our housed neighbors. Our neighbors need housing, not more trauma. The focus should be on what we want to see in regard to housing, which is the problem, and less on our unhoused neighbors, who are not the problem. We need to focus on housing. Build the affordable housing. We need an inclusionary housing ordinance that requires 25% affordable housing to be set aside for low-income units. Support the Sacramento Community Land Trust, which can take housing out of the speculative market. I also want to point out in Appendix C, the Good Neighbor Policy section, the following items don't seem very supportive of our neighbors. The first, carts and belongings will not be left outside the property. Anything left unattended will be disposed of. End quote. People have things. I'm sure each of us is living in a home with lots of things, and asking people to get rid of all of their lifelong possessions or move them across town is unacceptable. And the second quote, distribution of food and clothing on the street will be discouraged. Faith communities will be encouraged to participate to support guests in ways that do not negatively impact the neighborhood, end quote. We should not punish people who are trying to offer food and help. In addition, healthy, delicious food should be provided in all housing situations so people are not stuck in a shelter with nothing to eat. And finally, punishing our neighbors who are simply trying to survive will only waste time and resources. Let's put our focus towards housing, and let's focus on accountability. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Herman Barahona.
Good evening, Mayor and Sacramento City Council. My name is Herman Barahona. I'm a community organizer with the Sacramento Environmental Justice Coalition. In order to address root causes of this housing crisis, we need an inclusionary housing ordinance. We need to allow 25% of any housing development and construction in the city to be set aside as low income and affordable housing units. In an area where I think in the county, 50% of rentals are already owned by corporate interests, the pipeline to homelessness will continue. So this ordinance that you're proposing, Mayor, it's addressing a symptom, not the root cause. We need to look at what's happening already in this county. 588,000 residents in this county are in public assistance. They're one step away from being homeless. And you think that this ordinance is going to help? We are really interested in working with every city council member, with you, Mayor, to figure out how to really exercise our values. The market has made a very cruel decision. The homelessness is a cost of doing business, and we need to stop doing that because there is inventory and there is a way to house the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Karen Humphrey.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the chance. As many of you know, I'm an active member of the Sacramento Act Housing and Homelessness Local Organizing Committee, but I'm not making an official committee statement. We're still discussing the issue, but these are my own comments informed by our values and our discussions. First, I think we all support the right to housing for all residents of Sacramento, but also for all California residents and all Americans. Preferably, this right should be part of federal and state law, and that doesn't mean local government can't start the discussion. I'm not going to get into specific rewrites of the ordinance, although I don't consider it fully baked yet, but I'm quite glad that you're open to amendments. If there is a legal right to housing, it must mean decent, permanent, affordable housing for people at all income levels with supportive services for everyone who needs them. It is not a right that really can be fulfilled by temporary housing, even in the short term. Addressing the right to housing means the city needs a much stronger and more specific plan to produce sufficient affordable housing units using every tool you currently have, and I personally support the notion of inclusionary zoning. The obligation to accept part is clearly problematic. I think the comments that have been made are very helpful. It needs to be either rethought or removed. And before you impose any obligation on people, they need to have the housing available, and you need to have visible progress toward that. Beyond that, the ordinance doesn't work if it isn't somehow connected to addressing the underlying issues relating to driving homelessness, poverty, economic inequality, racism, sexism, mental illness, and substance abuse with inadequate services, and a housing market distorted by the market forces people have already referred to. So I applaud the mayor, I applaud the council for your leadership in the last couple of years to address homelessness. And I'm fully aware of how difficult and complex an issue it is. Sacramento Act and my committee will continue to engage with you on the topic. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is James Battles.
Yes, hi, Mayor and Council. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I just want to say, I'll start off by saying that I've volunteered with the homeless here in Sacramento through my parish. I volunteered in Chicago and Santa Barbara County. So I've listened to the speakers and I think they've all brought up good points, but I truly believe we need to take bold action. And Many of those that are living on our streets are anybody can walk around and see they're living amongst trash. They're living amongst human feces. They're living amongst used syringes. And I think the one thing that struck me of some of the speakers is just a failure to acknowledge that. That's not okay. It's not okay that in the 21st century that we're willing to say that, someone, because we may think it's cruel, that it's okay for them to live outside unsheltered. The way I understand the mayor's proposal is it at least it's a start. It's not perfect. It's not permanent housing, but it's a start. And the wellness and safety issue isn't just a wellness and safety issue for the unsheltered. It's a safety issue for all of us. One of the things that I think hasn't been brought up here is the fact that a lot of some of the past surveys here in Sacramento has showed that a lot of our homeless are dealing with active or past substance abuse. We can't gloss over that. And we can't have this on our streets. These people deserve better. The only thing that I'm not certain of, and Mayor, hopefully we can have clarification, is for those that lack the capacity to make decisions for themselves. I think I'd like to hear some more about that as this plan unfolds. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is a phone number, last 4 digits 9405. Phone number, last 4 digits 9405, if you'll unmute. Next speaker is Michelle Wright. Michelle Wright, if you'll unmute.
Hi, sorry. My name is Michelle Wright. I'm a District 4 resident. I'm calling because after reading the ordinance, it appears that the proposal is more focused on policing people and is actually not as interested in providing housing. There's really not a plan, like Mayor Steinberg said. There's the intent to create a path towards permanent housing, but that really seems like you're putting the cart before the horse by not creating such a plan. And it's highly vague and nebulous, and I'm just concerned that this is just a means to codify policing and punishing people, and not as much like a solid plan to create permanent housing. So yeah, I would just ask that we have a plan in place first. If housing as a right is really the concern here, then that plan needs to be created first.
Thank you for your comments. Phone number, last 4 digits 9405, if you'll unmute.
Good evening. This is Adrienne Shilton from District 4. Once again, I would like to thank Katie Valenzuela for all of her leadership in addressing this crisis of homelessness. I also sincerely appreciate the work of the mayor and council on the comprehensive siting plan to holistically assess where we can site different types of housing in our city. I'd like to comment tonight on the proposal to obligate people into housing that doesn't exist. This proposal goes against the thoughtful research of Margot Kuchel and others who have shown that when there is a safe place for people to go, they will come inside. So this argument that we need to obligate the homeless is flawed. There is a built-in assumption that we have enough housing for the 10,000 homeless people in Sacramento. There's absolutely no evidence to suggest that people in Sacramento won't come inside if they are offered safe housing. And I think that that's what we need to grapple with as a council and as stakeholders, and we aren't doing that. So let's focus on standing up 10,000 housing units, whether that is safe ground, tiny homes, single family, multifamily, as Councilmember Valenzuela has done for District 4, and then figure out who isn't coming inside and strategize about that. When we struggle on what to do to solve a complex policy proposal, I always like to hear from the so-called end users, the homeless. And the Sacramento Homelessness Union is adamantly opposed to this proposal. I also appreciated Loaves and Fish's comments tonight, who serves this population day in and day out. To me, these voices are really important to listen to. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, I have no more speakers on this item.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the members of the public for taking the time to call in and to comment. It's vital to the process, and we all do work for you. So thank you. Let's hear from council members. Again, no votes. Just a discussion, but a very important discussion. Councilmember Valenzuela and Vice Mayor Schenier.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everybody who called in. I actually want to start by asking Bridget Dean a question as the Director of Department of Community Response, and then I have some comments. But first, Bridget, you know, I hear a lot people talking about the services that are being offered, or we were out and we offered services to this camp. Can you give us a snapshot of what we're offering people right now, what we have available in terms of services?
Sure. So I think it's really important to signify the word services and resources, right? To differentiate between the two. That is dependent on what's available at the time. So for DCR staff right now, when we approach somebody, there is a lot of, and several of the callers mentioned the need to build the rapport and the trust to make those contacts. So the services can be a myriad of things based on that quick initial needs assessment that we will make to find out what the individual needs and where they need to be connected first. So it could be connection to the Sure Center, let's say, for some detox or some other services around their substance use disorder. It could be reconnection back to the county mental health services that they've been accessing. It could be, if we have availability, a shelter bed or a connection to another shelter option. But often the services are really us connecting them to basic need on the street right now and then getting them to the next step. And I think that that's a key piece. And those, frankly, our services vary day to day, depending on what the capacity is of the various providers in the city and where they are with the ability to serve individuals as well. So the network is broad in our community, and we have many amazing community-based organizations providing services. But as we all have heard tonight, and we all know, our numbers are also large, and they've increased at a large pace. And so those services are often spread thin.
So if you were to give us like an estimate in terms of numbers, right? Like we're hearing potentially 11,000 people on the street. Would you say there's 11,000 beds available for people right now?
No.
I mean, would you talk about maybe, would it be 1,000 or 100? What are we looking at in terms of ballpark availability? I know it's hard to say on any given night, but if you were to say like your dream scenario, what's the most beds you've been able to offer somebody on a given night without a new service opening up?
I could tell you that today we were able to place 19 individuals, but I want to be clear that one of those was a family of 5 in a hotel room with 2 beds. So when we talk about numbers, we also often have to talk about what capacity and what space we have and how we accommodate people with what we have available. And then there's many times there's nothing available.
Yeah. Okay, Bridget, I thank you for that. I just wanted to put that in context early to set the tone for our discussion, because I really do want to echo what some of the commenters said in terms of what I consider to be a really dangerous narrative that's out there, which is that the services are there and that people just aren't accepting them. And there are cases, and I'm not saying that there's not a lot of reasons why people would say no. Trust is one big part of that. Whether the service meets their need is a big part of that. There are many reasons why someone at the time may not say, that's not the right option for me. I'm not ready for whatever reason. But what's existing in our system right now is that the system has failed to provide the options for the folks that are on the street, right? Like there are too many folks on the street. There are not enough services. Every time we open something up, it fills up. When Safe Ground opened, it filled up within a week. When we opened the safe parking, it filled up. When we open the hotels, we fill them up. As soon as we open something, they're full because we have this long list of people that we want to get into housing who've told us that they're ready to take a step that we just can't serve. And a lot of the folks who say no, when you talk to them, as again, I think is really important to do, they'll say, well, they told me I had to give up my cats, or I was going to separate from the only people I knew or trusted, right? Or they were bringing me into a service that wouldn't allow me to keep my job because I work really irregular hours and they have certain curfew hours. And these are very practical things, right? Like these are problems that we can solve. And so what I appreciate about the mayor bringing this forward is it gives us an opportunity to decide what that looks like. When do we get to that spectrum of options available for someone that we can realistically say that a good chunk of folks who are on the street are going to be able to pick an option that's going to meet their needs? And the key question here is, when does that potential enforcement kick in, right? Like if we have the full spectrum of options for everybody, everything from your family who's recently been on the street and you just need a place to crash until you can get on your feet, all the way to the person who's struggling with methamphetamine and is currently on a list of over 400 people, last time I asked the county, who are waiting for residential treatment services. We have those options available for folks and that they can pick the option that makes sense for them, so we design a system with that in mind. And that's what I'm excited about for this conversation, is that I don't think that we are all that far apart. Because I will say that I think every single person on this virtual dais and every single person who called in tonight, and I just want to say this in response to one of the callers, none of us think that's what's happening on the street is okay. And none of us want this to continue, especially as we're entering the cold and wet months. These are cold and wet times. Folks will die on the street if we don't do more, and we don't do more soon. And I think we all agree that housing is housing. Shelter is not housing. Having a bed in a 100-room place is not housing. It's a solution for now, but the goal has to be housing. So for me, the key question is, what does that look like before we ever start to talk about enforcement? How do we get to the point where the options are there and folks can make that choice when they're ready, and we can start working with them to get them into that pipeline? And then what does the commitment for the city to build the housing look like? Because I know you've all gotten some emails, because we've all been copied on it from some unhoused folks who said, yeah, I'm ready, but I can't find housing, or I'm ready, or I became homeless because I lost my housing. And so we can't really get out of this or call it a right to housing if there isn't some mechanism that we're committing to address that. However, that's also going to take a really long time. I hear a lot of folks ask me, I'm sure they've asked you, why don't you just eminent domain all of the buildings? Well, the frank answer is we couldn't afford it. If we did it as a city tomorrow, we'd be broke in 2 months and everybody be back out on the street. And that wouldn't really be a solution that we're looking for, because we have to pay market rate when we do that, right? So we want to build this housing. What does that commitment look like as the city? What does it look like to provide the options that people need now that are really going to meet their needs? And then let's talk about enforcement, which is what I appreciate, Mayor, about the way you've sequenced this in this measure. For me, what's really critical is that check-in we do in a year before we allow enforcement to begin, right? What is that threshold that we've set for ourselves? And for me, I hope that it's a spectrum of things that meets everybody's needs where they're at as best we can, and has the real commitment and the movement towards the housing that we know folks are going to need to stay off the street permanently. And the beauty of providing that housing is it also tends to keep people from ending up on the street, because they actually have affordable options and services available to meet their needs before they end up in that spot. So that to me is the really big part here, is when does that enforcement get triggered, and what is the threshold that we're using to define? Because just saying congregate shelter isn't going to work. I actually think a lot about, if I was on the street, a lot of women on the street have been sexually assaulted. Actually, an unfortunately high percentage of women on the street have been sexually assaulted. So I think, okay, I'm a woman on the street who's been sexually assaulted. You offer me a bed in a room with 100 other people, I'm probably going to say no. You offer me a tent and a camp, I'm probably going to say no, because I'm not going to feel safe there. You offer me a hotel room, now we're talking, right? Maybe a tiny home, maybe a room somewhere else, right? Maybe a group home with other women. There's different steps that are going to work for different people for a whole bunch of reasons. And it's up to us to design the system working with the county to make sure those needs can be met. And so I want to appreciate this conversation, Mayor, because I think that this is exactly the conversation we need to have, is what does that look like for us to even be able to talk about telling folks that they need to be somewhere? Because that's the question that I think we all agree needs to be robust enough to be effective. Otherwise, we're just wasting time and money, and we're hurting people in the process. So thank you, Mayor, for bringing this up and letting me ask Bridget some questions there before we get started.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Valenzuela. Thoughtful. Vice Mayor Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Katie. I appreciate your leadership. And there's nothing you just said I don't agree with. So let's just mark that down for today. We all, and I think one of the most important things you said is we all want to get to the same place here. This is not acceptable for anyone to live on the street. It's not conducive to living. And it's not good, not only for those who are unhoused and live on the street, but it's not good for those who live around there, or frankly, anyone in the city. I have more and more people telling me, I'm going to move. I just don't want to see this anymore. And we're going to lose folks, which we can't afford to do. But we have to figure out together how to fix this. And I want to thank the mayor, because I know him well, as we all do. And this comes from the heart of, like, we have to fix this problem that we have, and we have to take care of our neighbors here in the city. We have a long way to go to do that. What we have, again, is unacceptable. And in my term here, being on the council, I think the first time I got involved was, Katie, when your predecessor, Steve Hansen, and I got $1 million for Sacramento Steps Forward. And we said, okay, the city shouldn't be running programs, but we should be putting more money into this. And that's progressed from that to heavier investments, to the mayor asking everyone to find 100 beds in their district, to a $100 million program that we're in now in the comprehensive siting plan. And now looking at what's the next step, because what we're doing, some things work to some levels. And we housed, 2,700 people last year, and that's something to be proud of. What's not great is that 3,000 people slipped in behind them into homelessness, and we can't afford that as well. So kind of where I look at this and what I look at this of, and I appreciate the mayor bringing this to the council for discussion and getting some input from the community before we even start tearing it apart, in Law and Ledge, and really trying to figure out how to make it work. I think that's the way that it should be done. And I heard complaints from people, well, how did this get on the agenda? It's like, we're not voting on it tonight. It's just kind of a preliminary hearing, I would call it, to say, this is something I'm putting out there. If I can talk for you, Daryl, just for a second, this is something I'm putting out there. I want to get reactions. And then we want to go through this process that we've set up to try to get to a thoughtful, whether it's an ordinance or a policy decision, or however we look at this over time, but really provide an opportunity for input. I want to provide an opportunity for thoughtful input of how do we make this work, not necessarily how do we tear it down, because we have to make it work for the future of the city. That being said, and if the next step of this is coming to Law and Ledge, understanding that we're going to have lots of different viewpoints as we go forward, I have some questions and requests for staff prior to it coming to Law and Ledge, because I think there's a lot of anecdote, there is data, but we need good information to be able to have a thoughtful discussion and base it on. So these are in no particular order, but I think I know who they're for. First of all, from our city attorney, Susanna, if we could get something from you about liability issues, and we don't want to open ourselves up to lawsuits that are unnecessary. So what does that look like from a legal standpoint? Can take the Boise decision into that as well. But I think from our city attorney's office, we need to have a good understanding of where we're putting ourselves out there and what the risks are. We may decide to take some strategic risks, but we want to know what they are so that we can be thoughtful about that. From our city manager, really need to think about our staff capacity and what we would need to start to implement something like this. And I don't think it all happens overnight, but how big does DCR have to get, and what's the timeline for that? Also, I think from the city managers, whatever cost estimates we have, we don't have a spigot that never turns off. This is important, and I appreciate the mayor saying he wants to do this with state and federal dollars and not touch the general fund. But even at that level, what are we talking about here as far as dollars go? I'd like to get, and this was a request, I think, there were 3 requests that were made at our last council meeting, one by Councilmember Loloe, one by Councilmember Harris, and one by myself, talking about the comprehensive siting plan. We need to get an update on that, and we need to get some kind of schedule, because anything we do on, if we want to call it a right to housing, has to be aligned with implementation of the siting plan. We can't do them sequentially. It just wouldn't work. So what's our schedule so that we can align it and try to set out a path where we get to some scale, we get to some volume in numbers. And then finally, and I'm not sure this is for any of our city staff, but it's really for us as a council. We can't do this by ourselves. And I think we have to sit down and have a conversation with the county. What's our accountability? What's our responsibility? What's the responsibility and accountability of the county as well? So those are my kind of 5 questions that I'd like to get to. And, you know, as we set this to hear it in Law and Ledge, I really want to invite the advocates to come in, but come in with ideas, come in with, this is how we should do it. You know, and we have to think we're, you know, building affordable housing, which is probably one of the more complicated things I've ever seen in my life when you talk about financing for affordable housing. You know, people need to understand it's not going to happen tomorrow. And so what are the short-term things that we want to do? And I think the comprehensive siting plan that we all worked on, brought to us by the mayor, is a critical step as an interim step. We have to get to the affordable housing piece. Hopefully there will be significant dollars in federal money coming down the pipe for that. But again, it takes time. It's incredibly frustrating, but you can look at we have at least a dozen affordable housing projects ready to go that we don't have the cash for. But all of them will take years to get going. So we need to figure out what the interim solution is. So I look forward to working on this. I'm definitely committed to this. We've done a lot, I think, some of which we get credit for, most of which we don't. But the problem has certainly outpaced our ability to tackle it, and we need to catch up and get ahead of the game. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Harris, then Councilmember Jennings and Guerra and Loloe.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I would say that you are very good at compelling a conversation about a very difficult subject. And I think that we need to have it. Jay just made some very astute observations and some good requests about moving forward. I'll be honest, I don't like this ordinance. I don't think that the push that you talked about this creating, I don't think that this ordinance is the way to do it, because I have spoken to the city attorney, and this does expose us to substantial risk. So that's something we can unpack at Law and Ledge. You asked, Mr. Mayor, what's a better idea? So you have to dive a little deeper than that. There is obviously no easy or a quick solution to homelessness, and it's different for each individual. One thing I did appreciate in your ordinance was the allusion to trauma-informed care, because that is truly what we're dealing with. But, you know, suggestions have been made, and a lot of good ideas came up tonight. One from Councilmember Valenzuela, pointing to the fact that we do not have enough services available for the homeless population. And there's a reason for that, because we don't have coordinated entry and we don't have adequate data collection. And you asked for suggestions. That's where I would start. The next thing I would do is fund DCR and get a lot more staff for Bridget to manage, because with the amount of workload that we've placed on her plate, she just simply cannot cover it with the resources that we've given her. So in terms of short-term solutions, that's where I would start. Absolutely, that's where I would start, is funding coordinated entry and HMIS. Moving forward, though, I really don't like the idea of bringing forward an ordinance like this without consultation with the county. We have been building bridges with the county. The relationship between Howard Chan and Ed Edwards is going very well. We have an ally with Rich Desmond. We're having really advanced conversations about working together. And to say that the city must create housing for 11,000 homeless people just simply isn't going to happen. And we will end up in court. And it's not, in my mind, a functional approach to deal with. Another issue that we have to tackle, and Katie alluded to this, is about enforcement. There are very different ideas about what enforcement means and how it's approached. That's a pretty big topic and a very volatile one, and one that, you know, I can't tell you that I have the answer for today, but we do need to create a lot more safety for the unhoused and the housed population both. What I would say is an ordinance that gives people a right to treatment and a right to services is something that I would definitely support. This ordinance, it doesn't dovetail at all with the frequently asked questions that Howard put out. And as far as resources go, I mean, yes, we may find federal resources that will move us along this path, but we don't have them all yet. We certainly don't have federal resources to build 5,000 homes for anybody at the moment. And yet, why would we take on the liability and the risk? I just don't think that this is the right push, but I think there are kernels in this ordinance that you've proposed that we can work with. Jay asked some essential questions. And I'm absolutely looking forward to those conversations at Law and Legislation. I do agree with you in this way, Mayor. We are not doing enough. We're not doing enough quickly enough, but we are not all on the same page about a logical progression of how to get from point A to point B. Ultimately, certainly, stable housing for all is the goal, but simply compelling it is not going to solve homelessness. The hard work of getting from here to there is what's going to solve homelessness. And as Jay alluded to, it's really tough. The fact that we housed 2,700 individuals and then more fell into homelessness puts us in a pretty tight situation. We cannot go this without the county. And maybe your idea would be functional at the state level, but to put it at the doorstep of one municipality, I don't think is actually functional. So that being said, I'll leave it at that. I would really like to assure a right to treatment for every person outdoors. You know, we have to get our arms around the fact that we have a massive drug addiction problem, compounded by mental infirmities. And if we don't address behavioral health in a massive way in collaboration with the county, the housing is not going to be functional. It's not going to work. We already figured out from triage, like at Railroad and even at Meadowview and probably at Alhambra X, that it's a process to get people into the condition to be able to be successful in housing. And you can't circumvent those steps by providing a house. You have to do the hard work of getting from here to there. So those are my comments, Mayor, but I do appreciate you stimulating this conversation. I know your heart's in the right place. And I know, as Jay said, that all of us want the same outcome. We want our city to be clean and safe. We don't want to see indigents on the street. We don't want people to suffer in poverty outdoors. None of us wants those things, but we have to be, I think, a little bit more logical about how to get from where we are today to a really functional outcome. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for introducing these BHAGs, these big, hairy, audacious goals. Because what you have done for us, if you have spurred conversation, that we're all saying the same thing in that we need bold action. How people are living on the streets is not what any of us want. It's not okay. And there is a wellness and safety issue that we all know about, and we see it every single day. And that we are not moving the needle fast enough, and that we all want to get to the same place. Now, we might have different routes on how we get there, but we all want to get to the same place as we want to see Sacramento and the people who are unhoused in a better position than they are today. So many of the points that I wanted to make have already been made by my colleagues, and I appreciate that. But one of the things I do want to emphasize is we can't do this by ourselves. So whether it's the county or our nonprofit organizations and our partners that work every day in this field to make sure that we bring them to the table so that their voices are heard and they can be a part of the solution to change. I feel that's very important that we make sure that we're not trying to do this without them at the table. I also want to make sure that we do fund DCR and build that so that it can have more capacity than it has right now, because I think they're doing great work. I just don't think they have enough capacity in order to do the work that needs to be done. And one of the things that I heard in this whole thing that I think is really important is our master siting plan. If we don't have specific dates and targets of when we hope to accomplish things in place, that has to happen, because I think we need to move the needle there before we move the needle here. And so that's a thing has already been approved as of August of 2021. And we just need to we all need to know exactly when things are going to happen, how they're going to happen, and what effect is going to happen to the unhoused population. So I applaud you for bringing this forward. I'm in full support of moving forward in some capacity. I think going to Lawn Ledge next is the right thing to do. And I'm in full support of moving forward, because what I'm seeing every day is not the way it should be.
Thank you, Councilmember Jennings. Very much. Thank you. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it short since I'm on Lawn Ledge, and I'll have an opportunity to really dig in there too. I agree with Vice Mayor Chenier's observations, and most importantly, also on the schedule of the siting plan. The concern, as you probably heard in the public comments, we have in our district, we proposed 15 locations, and the real need to really get at those locations to find if they're viable, the conversations with the property owners, are they places where we can move forward? Because as we saw with a couple of the sites or encampments in District 6 that were in right next to schools, trying to find services for folks was limiting, since there are very few services in the Southeast area. And so, again, most of the services have been in downtown and the Midtown area and the River District. And so if there aren't any services around in those other areas, it becomes a challenge. I will echo the support for more funding for DCR. I believe when we were working on the Stockton Boulevard site, it almost took 16 contacts per person to build that trust, to be able to encourage them and to find opportunities for them to take on housing. So definitely more staff support on DCR to be able to do that work for the connection. So it has to be in tandem with the siting plan. And finally, I want to also caution that as we move forward in this, if we create an exposure for the city that could cost us significantly, that works against us in the ability to get resources to actually execute them for support services. I mean, so there's that balance there. The discussion is here, and I think that moving forward, it's providing not only an impetus for more locations, and also an agreement that just moving one camp to another site, particularly where I live in an area where it's between the city and the county, moving camp to camp from one side to another side is not only harmful to people, but it's just not productive. We're not going to move the needle on it. So. All to say, I echo the comments of Vice Mayor Chenier on this, and want to really stress the fact that we have to work in tandem and move faster on some of these siting locations.
Thank you, Councilmember Guerra. Councilmember Loloe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to echo what all of my colleagues have stated, and I do want to thank you for being so involved and trying to find solutions, even though every caller thinks it's on you, but for some reason, I think the credit needs to be given too, that you're the most active one trying to find a solution. And I think that's our biggest problem, because even our council, even the 8 of us, I think we all want the same end result, but yet we differ on how we get from point A to that to point B, or end of the line. And that's something that, I think as I said, maybe we need to get together and figure out, what are some of the possibilities? I don't know. When our callers call in, and I think some bit of a transparency would be nice in this particular on this particular topic. When our callers call and they complain about affordable housing, and I can understand their frustration, but we also got to share with them what goes into an affordable housing. And what the cost of an affordable housing is. If in fact we have 11,000 unsheltered residents in Sacramento today, well, the Marisol project, which is a phenomenal project, it's even more than phenomenal. It's 487 units for a cost of $300 million. So in order to be able to match what we have with our unsheltered population, we need roughly about 20 of the Marisol affordable housing projects, which I think, and I think from what I've heard, my colleague, Councilmember Chenier is a walking calculator. So if you take 300 million times 20, Councilmember Chenier, can you do me a favor? I have the number, but it's late. I don't want to say something wrong. It's a significant number. And I think the public has the right to know these numbers. And they have the right to know that in order to get an affordable housing up and running, it is a very long process. Even though, or even at state level, we keep pushing on affordable housing, but there's so many red tapes that are attached to these developments that it really delays it. So to all the callers, I highly recommend that, and I'm willing to support the callers. So we need to get together with our legislators and ask them, can we cut back on some of these red tapes so affordable housing can be built at a faster pace? Because at the rate we're going, as much as I hate to say it, there's no way, not today, not 10 years from now, that we can get a better grab of what's going on out there. We have an issue. Our unsheltered population is at risk. When you visit some of these encampments, you have individuals that are residing in these camps that are afraid. You have individuals in these camps that literally are paying monthly payment to simply stay safe. You have, as Mayor, you mentioned, if you are a single woman in these camps, you're in danger. I mean, plain and simple, you are in danger. And, I know a lot of emotions are involved when it comes to this topic, but I think we need to set the emotions aside and get to what's realistic. So, Mr. Mayor, if you're saying bring everybody in a safe environment, I think we have to let the public know, if we don't do this, these are individuals that are getting robbed, getting raped, getting beat up, getting killed on daily basis. And it's really sad. We have children that are in these encampments. We have 2-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and 5-year-olds that are actually out there. But also, what we've never talked about since I've taken this seat is, where is that investment that's desperately needed for our rehab facilities or medical facilities, which I think it's much more needed and much more important than any affordable housing that you can think of. And the bigger question is, during the pandemic, we had a tenant protection plan, yet our homeless population increased exponentially. And, I don't have the answer for that. Today I'm very concerned with the amount of inflation that we're faced with. I am very concerned about a certain sector of our population, and that is our senior citizens that are on a very fixed income, yet their simple groceries has increased by 30 to 35%. Gas is over $5 a gallon. So, this is this is a group that really we should talk about right now to make sure that group is not added to the unsheltered population. So, I'm very glad that this is going to Law and Ledge, and so it can be dissected. But again, I think this is an issue that's way beyond Law and Ledge, way beyond the city. And if we don't get our partners involved, whether it's county, and if we don't get even at state level for them to recognize what the issues are so they can have some solutions, I think we're just going to go in circles, and we're going to be right back here in a couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Laloe. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby, then I'll make a couple final comments and then we'll shut it down. Thank you.
Mayor, you have Councilwoman Vang as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see.
I actually think she's ahead of me, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm very, very sorry. Unintentional. Councilmember Vang.
No worries, Mayor. I know it's been a long night. I will try to keep it short because I know it's getting late. Mayor, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for keeping this issue really at the forefront and your urgency on addressing this matter. I also just want to take the opportunity to thank everyone who called in to share your insights, your lived experience, and just really your ideas on how to address this really complex issue. From a public health perspective, we all know that the longer folks are living on the street, the shorter their lifespan. The average lifespan of an unhoused individual is about 17 to 20 years shorter than the general population. And so when I think about right to housing, Mayor, for me, that's putting someone in a home. And I know that we need the interim and the long term, but when I hear the term right to housing, I envision folks in a safe, warm house, right? Not just a shelter. And so I just, I want to be able to just say that as well, because I think that's really important. But I also know that getting folks into housing is truly a process. And I think we heard from all the folks who called in, from your colleagues, and Mayor, I know you know this as well, that building trust is absolutely critical in any policy that we try to implement. Our office has been working with our elders, DCR, Hmong Youth and Parents United, South Sac Lao family, actually to provide relief in language support for an encampment here in South Sacramento that's made of largely Southeast Asian unhoused individuals. And that too was a process. It took time to ensure that we actually provided what they need. And this is my staff, this is CBOs, these are advocates on the front line serving the community, the unhoused community in my district. And so, I also know that while it is an ordinance, it's always in the implementation piece that's going to make the difference. And I hear from all my colleagues, I think we all want to move the needle on this, but I'm going to center Councilwoman Valenzuela and really uplift her comments that, homelessness is complex and it's so critical that we provide that spectrum of housing and critical wraparound services. And she mentioned we got to design a system that, that can really prepare to meet the unique experiences of individuals right now. And that's really, really important. I also echo Vice Mayor Shanir as well. He is incredibly smart and always asks the right questions. And so I truly support his questions and recommendation. And so really looking forward to hearing a response from staff on those requests. I know that public policy can drive change, Mayor. I mean, that's why you're in this work and you've been doing this. But again, it's always in the implementation. And I think we all want the same things. I think we heard that from all of our colleagues, but perhaps it's our strategies to get there that may differ. And hopefully we can find some common ground. For me, I just also want to share, as a public servant, I always think about what are the basic needs because we get pulled in a million directions. And I always think about the 4 H's in conversations with my girlfriends and advocates. Everything that I do, I think about the 4 H's and I just want to share them with you, right? The 4 H's for me, it's really about providing basic needs, whether it's for unhoused neighbors or any human individual. The first one is housing. I'm a strong believer that even with these ordinances, it's so important that we got to address it holistically. And we do need public affordable housing. We need more affordable housing. And I am a huge proponent of inclusionary housing. So we got to make sure that we revisit that. And I know that Councilwoman Valenzuela and I have been pushing for that. And I'm really hoping that can come back for discussion for consideration for the council. So that's the first H is housing. We got to make sure folks are housed. And that's public affordable housing. The second H that I always talk about is health services, right? We need health services to address physical, mental, and behavioral health. We heard that from Vice Mayor, from Council Member Harris as well, right? The behavioral health piece needs to be addressed. Healthy foods, right? That's not just any type of food, but healthy foods that really nourishes the body. And the last one is human connection, right? We are all wired as humans for connection and community. And when I think about Sacramento Homeless Union, all the CBOs on the ground, a big part of what they do is that human connection piece. That's so critical to build trust. And so I think about the 4 H's and all the work that I do. And I think as we move forward, these are some of the basics that I think sometimes things sounds really complex, but it's also about the basics to really make sure that we move the needle on things. So with that, Mayor, I do want to say thank you for your leadership. We're having this conversation because you're putting this forth. And so I want to say thank you just for your heart and hustle. And I know it's going to be a tough couple of weeks and months, but I really believe that with inputs from the advocates that we heard today, we can truly find a solution. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Councilmember Vang. Last but not least, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Thanks, Mayor. She's right. We're here because you brought this forward. So,
I apologize.
Okay. So, sometimes in these meetings when you're listening, you're thinking a lot of that stuff's already been said. And I don't think I'm going to say a bunch of new stuff here, but I think staff needs to hear because this is something proposed by the mayor and within his rights to put it on the agenda for us to discuss. But when it goes to Law and Ledge, we won't all be there, and it's good for staff to know sort of how each council member is feeling. And it can be difficult in these scenarios to criticize somebody's idea, especially the mayor, because we all respect him so much, and it's a big idea. And I think unfair to judge it right now. It's just his idea on paper, and he's asking for input. So the right thing to do is give input and have a discussion. And then if we want to be critical, then we can come back and criticize him. But shoot, if you got to start somewhere, it's just a starting point. But I think Councilmember Chenier laid out 5 questions. At least that's what I heard. And it's late and I'm kind of tired, so I might have missed one, Jay. Sorry. But the costing, the legality, the staffing, those are I think, partnership with the county. Those are the key issues. He's got them. That's what needs to be answered. We just need to know, is it legal? And if so, to what extent? And what kind of staffing? And then Mayor, I'm going to say something to you I've said before and say to all my colleagues, you can scale up Bridget's shop, but you can't scale it up so fast that she can take on all of these things, or else you'll set her up for failure. And I think, Mayor, you've done a good job, probably better than anyone on this council, of protecting that from happening, because there have been plenty of times that people are like, just give her 20 staff. You can't build a department like that quickly. It'll crumble under its own weight. But we do have an agency with 200 employees that are all focused on housing, and it's called SHRA. And they should be involved in this process because you're talking about housing people. And so it'd be really good to have them on board helping you in some way that makes sense. And you can figure out what that is, but that's where we have a big pool of talented staff who work on housing with wraparound services, which is what I've heard repeated over and over. And the partnership with the county has to be real. It can't just be that we want it. They have to actually be on board. There's no way to achieve this goal without them. It's just not possible. There's no way for us to provide these services. Our budget wouldn't allow it. And even if the state gave us money and the federal gave us money, and I appreciate so much that the mayor said tonight, I don't want to put our general fund as the backstop. And I really appreciate that he said that, because if he hadn't said that, this would be like a non-starter for me, because it would mean insolvency for the city if it didn't work out. And I know he doesn't want to do that. So that's what allows the conversation, I think, to keep going, figure out who our real partners are, where the funding can really come from, not just hypothetically, but, with some practicality applied to it. And then just from my standpoint, this might surprise some folks, but I don't think it's fair to say that we need to complete the housing siting plan prior to moving this forward. because that doesn't make sense. Yeah, we have to be able to do things concurrently. And so to the extent that some piece of this is going to move forward, we ought to be able to do it while we're bringing housing online, right? And I mean, there's just no doubt that more projects like the Stay Bridge in my district, or the Best Western in downtown that Katie that Councilmember Valenzuela put forward, or Capitol Park that's in her district as well, or the tiny homes in Councilmember Laloe's district, that those are working. Those things are working and coming online, and that we need more of them. So when you all are at Law and Ledge, Vice Mayor Chenier, maybe you can work a little bit on integrating those two plans as well, so that we can lay out financial priorities so that they line up a little bit better, right? Maybe we can create a phased approach or sort of stages of this, where as certain number of houses become available, it allows us a certain opportunity to move forward with some component of this, because obviously we're not going to be able to do this all at once, just like we can't do all of the housing all at once. But a phased approach that takes a look at it, coming out of Law and Ledge and coming back to us, that doesn't put our general fund in jeopardy, I think could potentially be a conversation at this dais. So that's where I'm at, Mayor.
Thank you. You know, I just want to say thank you to all my colleagues and the members of the public. I think that this was a very good conversation, great start, and I really appreciate that you all take it and took it seriously, and that you engaged. I just could not be more respectful of all of you in the way that you have done that. I do want to put one practical issue on the table that doesn't have to be answered tonight, but I just want to say it because it's an awkwardness. And that is, if this goes to Law and Ledge, which I intended to do, I'm not a member of Law and Ledge. And I'm told that I can't then present it to Law and Ledge and engage and answer the questions. And that seems odd to me because I'm the purported author of this. And there's got to be a way that can be worked in some way, just so I can participate in the committee process in some way. I don't need an answer tonight, but I just want to put it out there because I don't know how this gets heard by a committee. I think it can be heard without me. Heck, you guys can all write it. It's fine. But I would assume that you might want my input, and then I can't talk to everybody. So I don't know. I just wanted to raise that to think about. And this doesn't have to go to Law and Ledge within the next week. So we've got time to figure that out. I just want to say that. Let me talk about the merits here for a moment. Look, I think it was acknowledged by everybody tonight, and it's clear from the testimony that we are together in wanting to solve the problem, but you're right, we have different points of view to how to get there. And it may be oversimplified, but if there is a division in this community and in this city, it's one side that says this is a humanitarian crisis and we must care for the people. And that's where they put all of their attention. And then there are others who say, yes, of course we care about the people, but that the city needs to be cleaner and safer, and that these tent encampments are unhealthy and unsafe. And my effort here is an attempt to do what I think is essential, which is to actually link the issue of building housing capacity for people to get people off the street so that people are cared for, have a better chance at life, and at the same time, our city is cleaner and safer. I don't think either side is wrong, but I think any proposal has to merge the two together. Because if we don't, we're not going to bring the community together. There won't be consensus on this council. And frankly, we won't solve the problem, because I still don't see or understand how enforcement and moving people from one encampment to another solves any problem, except to move people around and provide temporary relief from where a campsite was moved. But you know, this is not about moving encampments to me. That's not what my motivation is. It's not what drives this. It's not what my work as mayor has been about, and it's not what my life's work has been about. Because Councilmember Valenzuela, who had some very constructive comments, including some critical comments, acknowledged, and I appreciated it, that I wrote this in a way to sequence the right and the obligation. That the right comes first. And only when the right is fulfilled can the obligation even be considered. And I'm grappling, just like with all of you, about how to house more people, plain and simple, end of story. And yes, maybe what we need to do, and I'll put this out there for some thought and consideration, maybe we need to go through a 6-month comprehensive permanent housing process like we did for homeless solutions, so that we are really putting our effort into identifying more sites and more strategies for building more permanent housing with SHRA, of course, and with Danielle Foster and with our team, so that we can get to more units. And by the way, manufactured housing and tiny homes, permanent tiny homes, had better be a part of that, because we can't build fast enough, and we don't have the money to do conventional affordable housing. But this is sequenced, and there's something to work with there in the way that it is sequenced. I agree with Councilmember Harris. I would support a right to treatment. You better believe I would. It was one of the great historic wrongs when in the 1960s, the state legislature wrote the Lanterman-Petrus Short Act and gave an entitlement to care and treatment for the developmentally disabled. That was good, but did not give the same right to treatment for people living with serious mental illness. That's wrong, but that is the law. But the city cannot mandate treatment, and the only thing, or cannot give a right to treatment. Housing is the best proxy that we have. I part with some of the folks, whether the business community or colleagues, who say, please move people along without an alternative. But here's where I part from some of the activists and some of the advocates, who I know are my great critics, and you'll be till the end, my last day as mayor. And so be it. Hopefully we'll get to know each other and we'll at least see each other's hearts. I think I see yours. I do not agree that dignity includes living in squalor in the cold and the heat. I don't agree with it. I don't agree that living unsheltered in any form is safe or healthy. And so if I have to choose between what you call autonomy and driving to get people in a safer place, I'm going to choose health and safety. That's my balance, different from yours. Mark Maron, who I have the greatest respect for, talks about, this plan is going to just enable people to live in tents instead of permanent housing. You're the one who suggested safe ground in the first place. Of course, the goal is permanent housing, but we all recognize that we need interim solutions in order to create the pathway and the process for people to get to permanent housing. Everything should be done with dignity. Everything should include pets, partners, and possessions. And when Lawn Ledge takes this up, I would ask you to amend that into whatever ordinance that you might consider. Finally, I think the most constructive comment here tonight was made by several council members who asked essentially, what is the timeline and cost of implementing the comprehensive siting plan? That, I think, is the most important comment made tonight. And by the way, the siting plan and my ordinance does not say follow the siting plan to the T. It says get to the number, 5,125 beds. And I think, I'll tell you, if we can articulate, as we talked about at the beginning, the timelines for this plan, adding the additional sites that are being considered, taking some sites off that can't work, putting the dollars, the city and county dollars next to that site with a timeline, that might be a good enough reason to put off the effective date of any right to housing or obligation to accept it, because we will then be organized towards moving the needle in the way the comprehensive siting plan suggests. I thought that was a very constructive suggestion, and I thank all the members who made it. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you bringing up that last point here, and I've heard from 5 different council members tonight about status of the siting plan, the cost and whatnot, and we are putting that together. That is going to be coming back. I want to be very clear that when the council adopted the siting plan, those sites that were adopted were being vetted by the staff at that point after it was approved. And so, as you mentioned, there are many of the sites that have complicating factors, some that will not work, some that we can prioritize based on readiness, efficient service delivery. But there's also, I count at least 4 significant sites that are not on there. And so to your point, if we can work towards those numbers, as opposed to the site specifics that are complicated by a whole host of issues, then I think that's helpful for the public to know. And I just really want to convey that our team has been working, August 10th going forward. We've been in countless meetings and trying to work through a lot of I think we're calling it the red tape with other agencies, with the state, with the feds. And so I think we're going to come up here very shortly with some announcements that it's going to show the partnership that we've been building with the county, and a lot of progress. So
and you and your team are working your hearts out, and yes, I am excited about what is upcoming in terms of some breakthroughs. Final comment of the night: cutting through all of this, as a city, as a state, as a society, housing should be a legal right. It should be a legal right. It should not just be an economic commodity that if you can afford it, you have it. If you're lucky enough to win the supportive housing lottery, you get it. It should be a right. And I hope that message goes beyond this city and is something that sparks a conversation at the state legislature, in the Congress, and beyond. Because when it matters enough, when it matters enough to society and to its governments, we say we mandate it, we require it. And that's not the case here with housing. Thank you all again for your indulgence and for a great conversation. All right, members, are there council ideas and questions or public testimony on items not on the agenda?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I just have a request from our city manager, Mr. Howard. With our comprehensive siting plan, is there any way that we could somehow get into a better lines of communication as what the status are? If there's going to be any work that's being done on these sites, if your office can kind of let our office know so we can engage the community as far as what's coming in, what's happening. So it's very important for them to be kind of engaged as this process is going on, to make sure that we're being very transparent to our residents and our businesses. So I would just ask for that. I would greatly appreciate it if we can just kind of, if it's a timeline on any of these sites, if that could be shared with our offices so we can engage the community of what they should be expecting. So there's not a lot of questions or doubts on what we're planning to do. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Can I just address that real quickly? There is not a site in North Sacramento and District 2 that you and the community are not aware of. There are a couple of sites in the city that we have not made public because we're involved in some delicate discussions here.
No, Mr. Mayor, I think you misunderstood me. You're absolutely right. All those sites have been engaged, but the fixing of those sites, like paving or putting a fence, if we can get some engagement on that, so we can also let our residents and businesses know that tomorrow they're going to pave this site. So if they see bulldozers and paving, they kind of know what the plan is.
Will do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I understand that. Sorry. Councilmember Jennings, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Guerra.
Just an announcement, Mayor, as you know, and I want to make sure all of my council members know as well, the Color of Music came from Charleston, South Carolina to Sacramento for the first time ever, a West Coast appearance. And they appeared at the Crocker Art Museum, the Guild Theater, the Mondavi Center, and the Memorial Auditorium from November the 10th through the 13th. Most of the events were sold out, and they showed up and they showed out. They were absolutely incredible. I'd like to get some information to each one of the council members to see the performers that came to Sacramento. We'll get some video for you as well if you didn't get a chance to see it firsthand, so you can see it. But our goal is to bring them back again, at least for the next, in my opinion, next 5 years. That would be my goal. And I just want to let you know that happened here in Sacramento. You'll hear a lot of people talking about it, raving about it. Councilmember Vang was there on the last night as well. So, and Mayor Steinberg actually introduced Sacramento to the Color of Music. So just want to let you know it happened, and it was incredible, a great sellout for most of the events. And we're looking forward to doing it again. And thank you, Visit Sacramento, and all the many sponsors that helped to make it happen.
It was fantastic. Thank you, Rick Jennings. Okay, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Following along that line, Rick, I just want to thank you publicly and former Councilmember Carr for bringing the Color of Music to Sacramento. It was sublime. It was a thing of beauty, a very unique and beautiful experience at the Memorial Auditorium. The energy was electric. The music was so descriptive of the African-American experience. And yeah, I've never heard anything like it. It was just dynamic. And hey, any support, I will support you to the nines to bring this program back to Sacramento. We have to do this. It's a must do. That it was real special. Thank you both. So announcements here at Stanford Settlement Neighborhood Center will be hosting a vaccine clinic for children 12 years and older, Thursday, November 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And during this holiday season, my office will be donating 300 turkeys and holiday meals to the Greenhouse, Joey's Food Locker, and Stanford Settlement, just to bring meals to food insecure families in Gardenland, Northgate, and South Natomas. The Natomas Community Association will be holding their next community meeting Wednesday, November 17th, that's tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. And lastly, this coming Saturday, the River Park Tree Canopy Project will be doing a tree planting at Glen Hall Park at 9 a.m. and I hope to see you there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Councilman Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This Saturday, a lot of activity in District 6. First, starting off at 9 in the morning here. We are with the Stockton Boulevard Partnership, in partnership with Council Member Vice Mayor Jay Chenier, Patrick Kennedy. We're going to be having a turkey drive-through giveaway. And we encourage folks who are interested in, we still have a lot of food insecurity that's occurring. We're having that drive-through turkey giveaway beginning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. At the Stockton Boulevard Partnership office at the corner of Stockton Boulevard and there in Fruit Ridge. And then right after that, from 10 to 12, for those who want to volunteer or know of people who are needy, neighbors from Tahoe Park and the nonprofit organization Josh's Heart will be distributing blessing backpacks. These are backpacks that have all the living essentials for folks who are experiencing homelessness. And we will be assembling those on Thursday at the Alumni Center, and on Saturday be distributing them. So people who want to help the distribution with the blessings backpacks and to support Josh's Heart, they can meet at 10 a.m. over at Tahoe Park at the gazebo, and then they'll head out after that. And then most importantly, that afternoon, again at 1 o'clock in the afternoon at New Joseph Bonheim Elementary School, we're partnering up with Sacramento Covered, HealthNet, the Center for Oral Health, Early Smiles, NAMI, and NordCal Resist to put together a health fair, vaccines for children and adults and their parents, also COVID-19 vaccines, boosters, and also flu shots as well. We're giving out we're going to be doing free oral screenings for teeth for kids. We know a lot of young kids have foregone their early dental screening. So we're encouraging people to come out at New Joseph Bonheim Elementary School. That is over on 21st Avenue and 75th 3rd Street over in the Colonial Village neighborhood. It's for the entire region there. We do want to thank all the donors for the turkeys. The turkey's the draw, but we want people to stay to make sure that they get their health covered. Sacramento Covered will help people navigate and sign up for any kind of medical health resources. And most importantly, we're also have it in multiple languages. We have Spanish, Russian, Ukrainian, Hmong, Tagalog, Urdu, Punjabi, and Hindi. So we're asking folks to get the word out, come out and get your health covered, get a free turkey, and get well. So thanks, Mr. Mayor, and we'll see everyone on Saturday.
Thank you, Councilmember Guerra. Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to also take this moment to thank everyone who made Color of Music possible. Vice, I want to thank Councilmember Jennings. Thank you so much for your leadership. Also a shout out to former Councilmember of District 2, Alan Warren, and my teacher, mentor, and former Councilmember Larry Carr, who initiated the conversation with Lee Pringles to make it happen. Also want to give a shout out to RT. We were able to provide transportation directly from Luther Burbank to the Memorial Auditorium because of RT. So want to thank them. But mostly it's always an amazing, incredible, fierce woman that's always behind these types of events. And want to give a shout out to Sonia Bradley. She is from Visit Sacramento. Y'all have known her work, but because of her heart and hustle and her work with Lee Pringles, that this event happened. And so I'm just so excited and great to hear from Councilmember Jennings that we're going to try to bring this back for the next 5 years. So super excited about that. There's a lot of smile, happy tears from many of our families and young folks when they were able to watch the performance, right? Oftentimes performers don't look like them. And it was really great also to just get our CBOs and our babies out there to really see the talent of our African-American communities. I also just want to give a quick update. I want to say that the Pinnell will be reopened this Friday from 3 to 6. We are still doing our vaccination clinic. It's from 3 to 6. The next couple of Fridays, November 19th, December 3rd, and December 10th at the Pinnell Community Center. So please bring out your families. I just want to give a shout out to my incredible staff, Brian, Asia, Jaime, and our Save Coalition, just for their hard work to keep our clinics going and helping to register folks through phone and online. Lastly, Mayor, I believe there is no council meeting next week. Well, according to my calendar, there's no council meeting next week. So I just want to take this opportunity to wish everyone who's watching and all my colleagues and city staff a happy Thanksgiving. And also want to take this opportunity to say Nyajong Shong Chia to all of you. Happy Hmong New Year as well. During Thanksgiving fall is when our Hmong community is celebrating Hmong New Year's. And so want to wish you all Thanksgiving and also a happy Hmong New Year.
Thank you so much, Councilor. Maybe we should schedule a meeting. I don't know. Councilmember Valenzuela.
You're funny, Mayor. I wanted to announce that our office is partnering with the Sacramento Native American Health Center to offer free flu shots. This is a good vaccination as prime flu season. I'm sure you've all known people who have started to get the flu. We want to get ahead of it so we can keep our hospitals clear. So that'll be from 5 to 7 this Friday at their clinic, which is right in the heart of District 4 at 2020 J Street. They'll be providing not just the flu shots, but also produce boxes and other giveaways. So I hope you'll help spread the word about that. That's it.
Thank you. Is there public testimony on items not on the agenda?
Mayor, if we have a meeting next week, can we please discuss homelessness?
No. I want to wish everybody, Mindy, do we have any?
I do. I have
Okay.
3 people to speak. The first is Robert Copeland.
Okay, Mr. Copeland, happy Thanksgiving to you.
A happy Thanksgiving, Mayor, and the rest of the City Council. If we have a meeting next week, you're the only one going to be attending. I'm part of the Housing Now Coalition. We're working on legislation to get more affordable housing being built here in California. And also, I would suggest every council member look at Article 34 of the California Constitution. Because that stopped a lot of housing, low-income housing from being built. And that was passed by amendment back in the 1950s on a ballot measure. I would seriously look at that. I want that Article 34 repealed. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Greg Wilson. Greg Wilson. Next speaker is Evan Minton.
Hi, Mayor, council members, and City Manager Chan. My name is Evan Minton. By way of identification, I serve on the Lieutenant Governor's Transgender Advisory Council. I'm a member of the Sacramento Stonewall Political Action Committee, and I'm a founding member of the Sacramento Queer Democrats. I know you've had a long night, so thank you for listening to my comment. I wanted to remain consistent in my advocacy, so I'm calling in tonight in regards to the Sacramento Police Chief hiring process. This is an important opportunity for so many of us. First, I want to thank many of you for the ways in which you are already active allies of the LGBTQ plus community. And I want to thank those of you who are being willing to stand up with the transgender community, of which I am a part. On November 2nd, I sent each of you a letter co-signed by the Queer Democrats, the Stonewall Democrats, the LGBT Center, and the Queer Monk Schwa. Sacramento's greater LGBTQ plus community is asking that our specific needs, values, and qualifications in our next police chief are taken into consideration. The letter highlights law enforcement's historic and present day fraught and tense relations with many of our LGBTQ community members. And so in order to ensure that we have improved relations, we have proposed questions that we believe should be asked of all police chief candidates. We believe that their answers will be both helpful and informative to City Manager Chan as to the regard in which the candidates hold our LGBTQ plus community in. So thank you again for your time tonight, and we hope that the City Council members and the Mayor can weigh in a meaningful process in this police chief search process while we understand the limitations of the city charter. I hope that you all get some good rest when you go home.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have no more speakers.
All right. To reiterate what Councilmember Vang said earlier, a blessed Thanksgiving to all of you. Thank you. Hope everyone gets some rest and enjoy the bounty, and let's all be grateful for all that we have in the city and continue to work to help everyone who doesn't. Have a great week, everybody. If there's nothing else to come before us, we are adjourned. Good night.